And welcome to another Red Leaf Retrocast WrestleCast episode. It's episode 93, Destiny Super Wars in True Colors. Okay, we're back for another one, and good God, every promotion wanted to put on the best wrestling they possibly could.
Oh yeah, some we could definitely see, and some that we will have to see later, unfortunately. But yeah, it seemed like everyone decided, hey guys, it's like almost Thanksgiving. Fuck it, all shows.
Yeah, holiday in Japan. Holidays. Another holiday is coming up here in America. Europe has fans back officially with WXW. So let's get into this agenda here. We're going to start off with recommended matches from outside promotions, and I got a lot of WXW I want to tout. I said on the last podcast that it seemed like the promotion was getting back into stride, and they had their True Colors show, and it got some good reviews from a couple of my friends over there in Germany, and I am re-subscribed to WXW now, and got some shows to talk about there, and my thoughts over the promotion. I went to another Beyond Wrestling show. That's going to be a recurring thing for the remainder of the year. So
yeah, right.
Yeah. Won't be full show reviews, but just kind of some thoughts of the indie promotion. There was a West Coast Pro show versus the World. Some thoughts there as well. And then we got some despair, unfortunately, with a couple promotions closing, essentially.
Also forgot that Reina Yamashita is in GCW here in the States. At least one match of those I saw.
Oh, the Kogar match?
Oh, the match against what's her face? I'm blanking on her name. She was in Sendai at one point.
Oh, Charlie Evans.
Medusa Complex. Yeah, she's part of Medusa Complex at one point. Yeah, it was a good match.
Goofy. AEW had a little thing called Full Gear happen, so we got.
I don't know, man. Is it so little or is it big? I don't know.
A fantastic show. We'll be gushing over that. New Japan had a couple shows that I would say met expectations between Power Struggle and Battle in the Valley.
Why you phrase that? It met expectations. They didn't disappoint me this time.
Well, there's still some struggling thoughts over New Japan and their current landscape, but we'll get into that. Dragongate ran Cork and Hall for Gate of Evolution and also Gate of Destiny, which they had a pretty damn good attendance, considering that nobody is drawing worth shit right now outside of Stardom.
Unfortunately.
Stardom's growing. They're still selling out Corkins and the like, and New Japan, despite being kind of in the influx that they are and attendances are down for them, they're still like light years ahead of everyone else. But Gate of Destiny got almost 1,700 people at the Edion, so good for them. At least they're still drawing pretty okay for their larger shows. DDT, on the other hand, they're not drawing like anything. They're running their D-Oh tournaments to finish out the year as they do, and they were only able to get 775 people at Oda Award, much to the despair of a lot of their other shows, which they can generally get about 200 people in for all these. Not good, but that's DDT. They generally don't draw well, and we'll kind of get into thoughts over the D-Oh that I've been watching. You watched only the first night, Kay, am I correct?
I watched the one good night, apparently, because it seems like the rest of it has not been as good.
Well, there is a match I want to tout a lot there. It was from Niigata, I believe. Stardom finished up Tag League. Last we left off, we had watched the first day, and then the whole tournament happened over the last 2 weeks. So
no kidding, right?
Yeah, we'll get some thoughts over that. But mostly it's going to be Kawasaki Super Wars, and heading into the end of the year thoughts for Stardom. Kawasaki drew 906 people. Not good, not bad. It's kind of par for the course these days for
I expected,
attendances.
I think.
Yeah. And then nothing happened in TJPW Ice Ribbon. Ice Ribbon did have the Oda Award show, but we won't see that until a week from now, basically. And then TJPW is gearing up for, I think, a Korakuen, and they got some matches announced. I wouldn't say built.
Ice Ribbon ran. They aired Skip City and their 76 box show. There's some thoughts, at least I have, over those two shows.
Okay, well, we'll probably be skipping TJPW then. Rika Tatsumi against Yuki Arai is coming up, and then Yuki Arai is
No,
also
it's
that is for the major show at Nagoya. They're doing Yuki Arai versus Miyu Yamashita.
Which is a non-title match, very specified. It's non-title in the main event for whatever fucking reason.
Well, why would they give her a title match? She hasn't won anything.
Why would you even have that match in the first place?
Because it's a fun match, Kay.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a fun match that isn't built up at all.
No, and Yuki Arai hasn't won anything, so she should not win this match, obviously.
Right. Okay. I haven't played this drop in ages, but it's time for WXW. Here we go. All right, haven't heard the Bobby Guns music in forever. Got that Eurobeat. So UK, I've been touting my fandom of WXW for quite some time and kind of missed the promotion.
You said it was your favorite promotion, right? It was your favorite promotion?
For a number of years, it absolutely was. It's low expectation wrestling, but good. What I feel is good, solid booking that's constantly creating new stars because, well, a lot of their top stars end up leaving the promotion for bigger and grander things, or at least ambitions for those. So it's always a rolling. It's always a rolling. I wouldn't say strategy, but nor issue, but it's consistently something they have to battle with people coming in and out. So it almost feels like every 2 to 3 years, or at least every 12 months, they build someone up to take a spot of a role, as every 12 to 24 months, they always have a number of people leave. And then unfortunately, when NXT UK started, and even slightly before that, all their champions would end up going to the Fed. And,
the Fed.
Yeah, whether it was Tommy End, Marcel Bartel, Axel Tischer, like the list goes on. And when the pandemic hit and speaking out, WXW had to release a number of their wrestlers, and the promotion was on ice essentially for quite some time. To put it mildly, they didn't have the same speaking out issues. It was a lot of kind of abuse in the abuse in the academy, people abusing power, and they've dealt with this before, and unfortunately they've had to deal with it again, and I thought they handled it as good as I guess anybody could, given the circumstances. So over the last, I would say, year and a half, 2 years, since early 2020, they have been, they reformatted the academy. They have new training regiments, and definitely a new kind of outlook on what the promotion is. But at its core, it's still got Tessio Young, it's still got Tommy Eason. It's still the same kind of crew to an extent. And over the pandemic, Axel Tischer came back to WXW, and he was Alexander Wolf in the Fed. And when one of the things he really was focused on after his release was going back to Europe, going back to Germany, because he felt that he had, like, he's coming kind of at the end of his career. Like, he's in the later years. He's been at the top level. He's won, and he has a lot to offer for what essentially is a depleted scene, to say the least.
Right, because NXT UK just came in and dropped their big balls on everybody and just kind of crushed the scene.
Yeah, and Tischer really felt he had a lot to offer in training, in honing skills, and really getting some new, fresh momentum into really the wrestling scene in Germany. He's showing up in GWF. But he's mostly in WXW, and he's showing up in a couple other indies there. And the story of WXW is Axel Tischer, and rightfully so, I believe. There was a couple other stories that they had to finish up and try to elevate a couple more guys to the empty main event scene, because it was just Bobby Guns that was left over. And Absolute Andy's at the end of his career. They had one high-end prospect, Francis Caspin. He retired earlier this year to a back injury, unfortunately. So they've had to work around an important veteran, essentially out of wrestling, a prospect out, a couple guys out of the academy that they had to kick out, and it's essentially Bobby Guns trying to get Marius Al-Ani up to main event level, which was always the plan, and they succeeded with that, with Al-Ani going on this like big winning streak and winning the title at where did he win it? He won it earlier this year. And then Jurgen Simmons won the Shortcut to the Top, essentially the Royal Rumble. And so they have a main event scene. When watching True Colors, it's a good catching on point, because you see the progress of all the work that they've done to rebuild up their undercard, rebuild up their entire midcard, and kind of solidify where their main eventers are. And you watch True Colors, I'm curious to what your overall thoughts and expectations and positives and negatives over the True Color shows was.
Well, so I didn't have, since this is my first time watching, putting a lot of names to faces was impossible. So I went based off of sort of what the in-ring was to offer and sort of the presentation of it all. And I kind of like the presentation. It has a very underground kind of, at least that show did, had a very underground kind of fight club and a aircraft hangar bay kind of feel to it. I kind of liked that. Felt very gritty. It's also very European, so it felt like even more kind of grit, kind of like the German grit stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I liked a lot of the wrestling. There was some of it that felt a little messy. The first match I think we watched was a little messy. The second match I think was also kind of messy, but the guy that won the belt in the end, that's Axel Tischer, yeah?
Yeah.
Thought he did very good, and the ending was very surprising to me. It ended in a way that I didn't expect, but felt like a natural, like if you were an actual fight, this is how something could end in a way, and I kind of liked that much.
Mm-hmm.
The women's match, because you know me, women's wrestling is kind of my big thing, right?
Sure.
The women's match was a little messy as well. I didn't feel like it was bad, kind of like Western women's bad, right? Where everything's in slow motion, everything's botchy and bad, and people do the same basic moves very poorly. I didn't feel like it was that bad. I just felt like they probably had a little rust, maybe.
Well,
could be wrong because I don't know who these two are.
Well, they're essentially rookies.
They didn't wrestle like rookies. They wrestled like I expect like a mid-card Western wrestler to wrestle like.
Yeah, so to catch everyone up, if you haven't listened to this podcast, if you've come in the last year, you haven't heard me talk about WXW, but this is where Tony Storm and Killer Kelly broke into the Euro scene. And
in tepid wind.
And they really had they kind of set the bar for what women's wrestling is in Germany, because it's, especially in Central Europe, women's wrestling is essentially non-existent, and they really well, I mean, that's the UK, and they have their they have their own vacuum over there, but in
that's a way to put it.
So there's a woman by the name of Melanie Gray, and she essentially set the precedent of training, recruiting, and it seems like she's taken a back seat, and Avalanche, now known as Robert Dreisker, he's had a little bit of a gimmick change. He's now the coach, the academy guy. And the way it looks is they're not teaching them how to wrestle like women. They're not teaching them how to wrestle like men. They're teaching them how to wrestle European, with the smaller ring, teach them how to make what little they do know, make that look good, and then get a little bit more ambitious with time, which is when we're watching something like a Britt Baker Tay Conti match, the training to me seems much more honed in WXW than it does for a lot of these promotions in America. You feel the
Right,
same?
that was the big thing I took away from it. Yeah, because I didn't think they were, like you said, they were rookies. I didn't think they were rookies at all. I thought all they did was tight. They didn't botch a lot. There was a few kind of messed up moments, some timing miscues, but there wasn't anything that I felt like made me feel like this is a Western match. Like, my brain didn't immediately go to roll my eyes. Jesus, this is bad. Like most Western women's wrestling seems to
Right.
get out of me.
They made it their own style.
Right. It felt very natural and good, and they didn't seem to be trying to overextend themselves like other wrestlers we'll probably talk about a little later. So I kind of liked that. Also, you mentioned the ring size. The ring is very small. I remember you telling me it was the size of the Ice Ribbon Dojo ring, but boy, you were right on cue. It's almost the exact 1-for-1 size. It is small. I was almost kind of surprised because when we have people in submissions, they're like so close to the ropes. I'm like, I don't know why you'd put somebody in a submission unless you're like smack dab in the middle of the ring, because they're right next to the ropes at any point.
Well, you notice whenever they have their back to the ropes a lot in these matches, and it's a very like 1980s way of wrestling. And one of the bigger obstacles that European wrestlers have to do is, because the venues are generally smaller, the buildings are smaller that they run, the ring is smaller, and then they have to really come up with a style that is exciting and not super catch wrestling, because that's a very old school Euro style. So they've now incorporated in this new generation a lot more striking and strong style and chopping, and that's something Walter was able to bring in to the promotion, rather than doing a lot of dives, a lot of lucha libre. They try to incorporate.
There's not room for dives. There's a whole lot between them and the crowd. So yeah, dives probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Yeah, they usually have like one section away from fans. They still have the fans away from ringside for now. WXW is very well known for having the fans right up on the ring apron, except for one side where they can do a suicide dive or tope or what have you. For these venues, they were still kind of feet away. And the other thing you notice is it's always like a concrete or hardwood floor. There's never any mats.
Oh yeah, there's no mats at all. That's terrifying. I wouldn't want to take a bump on any of that.
Yeah. But yeah, I still like the high end production standards that they have for WXW. They still have English commentary option if you don't want to listen to the better German commentary.
I don't understand German, sir.
Well,
they're not nearly as excited as the Japanese commentary. We don't understand what you're saying, but you can just feel the passion.
So anyways, just to kind of go through some of the matches here, at the 20th anniversary show is where I kind of hopped on officially again. It was August 7th. They got 550 people in Oberhausen. It was their first official match back with fans. And there were two standout matches to me. It was Axel Tischer in the opener. He's Mr. Opener, is Axel Tischer. That
Mr.
was
Opener.
Mr. Opener. And he faced this guy, and I love this guy, Fast Time Mudo.
Yeah, when you said the name at first, or when I heard the name first, like, wait, great Muda? Like, he's trying to say a gimmick off of the Muda?
Fast Time Mudo. He is great. He's got this like Muay Thai karate get up and shtick going on, where his kicks are awesome. He's really impressed me. He and a lot of these guys in the under and mid card are guys who've been cutting their teeth on the Euro indie scene for many years, or they're essentially brand new. And this guy's kind of one of them. And Tischer and Mudo had a fantastic back and forth. I love this, and this was kind of the start to Tischer earning his way back up to the top. Because funny enough, back when he won the Shotgun title, returning to WXW, and he was still part of the Fed, he got a visceral negative reaction to winning the Shotgun title. That is their secondary title.
Right.
Because it was Fed booking getting in the way of WXW. So now he's been released. He said all of his words, his goals, and they didn't immediately shove him into the title picture. They had him earn his way to the top, and I would say booking wise, the booking of Tischer was fantastic, and he just brings that next level of skill to the promotion that it's been missing for the past 24 months, basically.
Right, so you injected some excitement where there wasn't much. Right?
Yeah. Marius Al-Ani was the champion. They did a good job crowning him, doing the undefeated winning streak. Essentially, during the pandemic, they were touting all of his wins, and he defeated Jurn Simmons 13 minutes. This was probably the weakest match I watched out of all of this WXW binge for kind of the top end main event. But it was still acceptable. Jurn Simmons, he definitely seems like he needs to get. It seems like he's missing something to get him into the main event again, because he's a former champion himself. The Catch Grand Prix ran September 7th in Oberhausen again. Al-Ani defeated Cara Noir. This was a completion of the story from 16 Karat Gold in 2020. Cara Noir is British. He won the 16 Karat Gold tournament, never got his title shot. So this was them completing this story, and Cara Noir lost I thought this was a very good match. Al-Ani is 100% at that main event level. I'm glad that they did crown him when they did. It's just unfortunate it came during the pandemic the way it did, but they really did have to pull the trigger on the guy. And then the Catch Grand Prix final, which is, think of it as a knockout tournament with Euro Catch rules, and Axel Tischer.
This is the one that was like that I compared to the pure thing, right?
Kinda, yeah, but they have like Euro rules involved with it, so it's like if you foul, you get a yellow card, and you're fined X amount of euros. Yeah. If you get 2 yellow cards, you're fined, and that's a red, and the match is over. Like, I was really
you're fined money each time. It's great.
Yeah, and there's 3-minute rounds, I believe that's what it was. It went 5 rounds. Tischer does defeat Bobby Guns. I like the idea behind it. I just wish that I was really hoping a yellow card would get thrown out there, to
kind of do it since they announced it, since they kind of made it a thing already.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of a miss there, but other than that, I thought the match was acceptable. I'm glad they don't do this all the time, so it was just a one-time thing. And then we get into True Colors, October 23rd in Dresden, which is Axel Tischer's hometown. He's from East Germany. He's from Dresden. They really built up the hometown man going, and this Fast Time Muto defeating Peter Tahani in 14 minutes. This was like a huge coming out party for guys on the up and up. Peter Tahani is part of like the Hungarian crew that's now in WXW. There's so many Hungarians. So I have a theory. I wasn't able to confirm this. I asked a couple people around, and there's this tag team called the Arrows of Hungary, and they have their own promotion over in Budapest. Okay? And they're affiliated with WXW. And my theory is these guys have their crew over in Budapest and just brought them over to WXW. And I've always touted that WXW doesn't use enough of the Turkish culture inside the promotion, unlike the Berlin promotion does. They have a lot more Turkish storylines and Turkish wrestlers. I think that's something still missing in WXW, but boy, if we get a Hungarian connection here going, I mean, that was the story of the show.
Connection?
Yeah, fucking Hungarians. Who knew? Who knew that there was this hotbed of talent? Because Tahani looks like a young Will Ospreay or Ricochet. He's got that exact style. It's fantastic. And Muto with his martial arts background just worked so well. And then the Shotgun, they're doing the thing called a lottery match, where it's essentially like random draw challengers, which is new and interesting. It's a different way to book a title. Michael Knight is one of those like 20-year vets kind of situation. He's up there in age. He faced Dennis Dulnig, 9 minutes. This was fine. I do like the lottery booking. How do you feel about kind of a random draw opponent?
I think it could work, but it limits the stories you can do with it. So I think it's something you don't. Maybe it's kind of something you do when you're not involving a story. So like you need a challenger for a show, you can just do something like this.
Yeah,
It's
I
no
think
different than like how the rankings do over in AEW. Though I guess this would be a little bit cleaner than those rankings tend to be.
yeah,
I think I like this more. Yeah.
yeah. The women's match was 2 out of 3 falls. Or no, it's a best of 3 series. They went 1-1. The women's title's been vacant for quite some time. It's Stephanie Mays, who's a built-up MMA background. She does have some fights under her belt, and she looked very, very strong in this match. And then Eva Kolaski from Hungary.
Yeah, who knew the Hungary wrestlers were in force and good?
Yeah. 2 completely different wrestlers, 2 completely different styles. Eva Kolaski has, she's the pretty girl underdog against the hard-nosed UFC fighter. They did a cool little arm angle in the match. I thought it worked well, and Eva Kolaski gets the shock win. And just looking at some of the other We Love Wrestling tours that they're doing, shows after this, they have a young women's division, or at least young indie booked women's division. Whether it's Baby Allison, whether it's Kolaski here, Stephanie Mays, and a few others. There's definitely some promise and prospects to kind of keep your eye on, but the booking, I think, matched up with the skill level. It only went 8 minutes, totally fine. It's kind of what you want and expect out of it. And then Axel Tischer defeats Al-Ani in the main event, wins the title in his hometown. Al-Ani was a right dick prick heel. Axel Tischer was babyface extraordinaire. It went just under 18 minutes. I thought the finish was great. WXW, sometimes they get a little long in the tooth with their unique finishes, but Al-Ani escaping a small package, gets caught up in the ropes and trips and runs right into a huge boot to the face and gets pinned. I thought that finish was super unique and super interesting, and it keeps
so realistic. It's like an actual thing that would happen in a fight. Like you trip and fall into a boot and gets you knocked out because it hits you just right in the chin.
Yeah, and it allows the heel to kind of go, "Oh, it was a fluke. Things happen. I demand." They can build off this. And one thing I don't knock WXW for in some promotions that have more or less a limited main event roster that you don't want to burn through everything so fast. They can go back to this match on the very next big show if they so wanted to, based on that, and I'd be all for it.
I enjoyed it. I thought the title match was very good, and I like the finish a lot. I like unique finishes that feel like they could. If the match itself is built like a real fight feel kind of thing to it, right? Like this match was. I think you can get away with the finish like that, but if you just randomly insert that in a match that didn't have anything that felt close to that, I think that's when it falls apart. Like say you have a lucha match and this is how you finish it, maybe I don't buy the finish as much.
Yeah. So I'm very happy with what WXW has done with fans returning. It really injected a lot of interest in the promotion. They introduced a lot of fresh young talent. They've clearly and one thing is they gave us video packages and backgrounds over all the things happening throughout the show to catch everyone up. They knew this was the time. They felt it was the time to do this for a lot of it. I thought this is a great starting on point. True colors for WXW, and I'm really impressed with the talent that they've amassed to come back, and I will be a recurring viewer once again in a promotion that means a lot to me. And I'm very happy with.
It's always good. It's always good to have your favorite promotions not only be back, especially after really be concerned of whether they would survive or not. Given, like you said, they had the pandemic and then the speaking out stuff, and after a while, you kind of get concerned whether they're going to survive that stuff, right? It's kind of cool, I guess. I'm pretty happy for you that your favorite promotion is back. Yeah,
and to have this influx of new talent, I know there's some over in Body Slam Wrestling in Denmark. They can still grab like Michael Finn. It seems bits and pieces of the UK scene is coming back, so they could always fly someone in from over there, like a Car Noir, which they've done before. Clearly, there's still some talent they could pull from in and out of just Germany, and I'm very bullish on the bullish. Is that the right one? Bullish, right?
You're very like it's no. Yeah, I guess bullish might be
is that the
term.
right economic term? Bullish, where I'm willing to lay my bets down through that. Anyways,
bold. bold. I mean, bullish would be like running in without thinking.
Sure.
I guess. I mean, listen, I'm excited. I'll pop in here and there for some of this stuff because I know you've talked to me at end about how great this promotion is over the course of my time talking with you on the podcast and chats and Discord and whatnot. So I'm kind of curious what's all about. I'll pop in here and there for some of it.
Yeah, it's an indie promotion that's booked like a major league. It's booked like a major league promotion. The skill level ranges from super rookie to indie to Axel Tischer kind of pulling in a main event level style. And I got to give Axel Tischer and the booking around this guy a lot of credit. It is, I couldn't imagine it any better. So it gets full points from me. And then
you say this is Europe Dragongate?
I wouldn't go, well...
or Ice Ribbon, or I guess that's kind of the same thing.
I mean, they still get pretty good crowds for an indie promotion. It's one of the top ones out there.
Instead of talking about crowds, it's just talking about like booking styles and sort of feel of the promotion.
Oh yeah. Well, they get crowds too, and it's because they do well at what they're able to do with their limitations. They do very well. They put a lot of effort into what they do.
It's good.
Beyond Wrestling. I should really start marking these down in timestamps. And I'll just go through these couple indies right quick as I get my timestamp going. Okay. Beyond Wrestling, I went to Reverse the Curse and Uncharted. I went to one Uncharted territory, and Reverse the Curse was an up and down show for me. On the one hand, the Matt Cardona Ted Goods match was like the heat was it being booked like a WWE main event with just like interference, ref bumps, and because Matt Cardona has the heat as the Fed guy, it went 20 minutes and the crowd ate it all up, and I was just kind of laughing because it was so absurd. There was like 4 run-ins. 2 ref bumps. It was so ridiculous.
4 that's even more than the Fed does.
Yeah. The Megan Bain Max the Impaler match was like a simple 8 minutes of 2 big women throwing bombs. Megan Bain is really impressive. She is really coming into her own as this power wrestler with a simple style, and she's booked pretty damn strong. She's undefeated and beyond. They're keeping her hot. But there's one thing in this promotion that's recurring, and I really don't like it. It's also in Limitless Wrestling, the main promotion I like going to, as in the state Maine.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. And it's this guy named Alec Price, and he has turned basic Becca into just Becca, and she's got a character shift, and they're a heel duo. And so there were no less than 3 angles in 3 different matches throughout the night, and this includes Uncharted territory, and he's now the Limitless champion, where it's all heat around this guy. And he's gotten better in the ring, but he's still not very good. And was
this the guy I saw that got beat up and got his chest smacked a lot?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I thought his gimmick was just all heat. I mean, he was good at it, but
I guess
if I put a fucking belt on him. If I put a belt on him, Jesus.
Yeah, I would not be building main events and semi-mains around this guy. Not yet at this point. Like if he was just the mid-card dork act, which I think he is, we'd be talking a different story, but between Beyond and Limitless, they are booking this guy super strong and super important into it, along with the main event of Ricky Shane Page against... Who the fuck did he face? I think it was Alec Price, actually. Yes. Yeah. And Alec Price beat him, and it led to Page doing a promo to call it Matt Cardona. So I'm really... Like, the Matt Cardona thing makes all the sense, but building someone to lose with this Alec Price, I'm very lost on it. It's certainly not for me, and I don't think it gets the heat that they think it does. it's just very strange that this is the guy that they've chose to book around, while I think there's someone like Masa Slamovich or even a Megan Bain, Trisha Dora, just to name like female wrestlers that they could book around, which get way bigger reactions than this guy, or even Matt Cardona, which to an extent they are, but they know they can't book this guy every show. There's Chris Dickinson. There's just so many other names I could think of that they could book in a higher role than what Alex Price is. But I guess because he's a heel, that they feel he's the only one worthy of the role. I'm really trying to rack my brain around it, and I just can't really come to it.
It didn't make any sense. Yeah, from the match I saw of him live, like he gets heat. Like everyone was booing him and yelling at him. He does a very good job of coming off as like the cowardly dickhead. But that's all he does. Like he takes a good beating, but his moves weren't anything impressive.
Yeah,
and he doesn't come off as a main event act.
Nah, there's a heel stable called Club Cam. I think it gets way bigger heat. There's, I think, better wrestlers in that little stable of theirs. Whether it's what's his face? He used to be with MJF and MLW. I can't forgive me. The name slips. But the other thing that's really strange to me is essentially they have Masa Slamovich in the Chris Statlander role, but the difference is Chris Statlander was booked to like win and power through and win tournaments, and she became like the ace of the promotion to an extent. And Masha is definitely in this role, but they're not booking her remotely the same. She had a good match against Manders at Reverse the Curse, and then like in Limitless she loses to Davienne. In West Coast Pro she's in like a random 3-way, and then like the very next week they book her to lose to Megan Bain, and they kind of set up something with Layla Hirsch, which is kind of cool. But it just seems that she loses way too much, and she's like every match is structured around her in this underdog role, which doesn't seem right to me.
It doesn't fit her either. Her in-ring style is very much power.
It's power and speed, and it just seems like they're really holding that back.
To be an underdog. Also, I imagine she's a fair bit better than most of the women they have on the roster, given how long she spent over in Japan. She's definitely a great wrestler for the Western scene, at least. I'm very surprised that she doesn't get more opportunities outside of just Beyond and other things. I'd imagine, a company like AEW could do something with her, but they don't do shit with the women's division anyway. So who am I kidding?
I mean, it's unknown if Impact actually was able to sign Masha, but it's not like they are much better. I'm just kind of speaking from where she is now and how she's being utilized, and it just seems like an odd booking choice. And what Beyond has been doing the last few weeks, since I've gone back to shows on a regular at this point since August, there's something missing in the booking right now. Very strange. And then West Coast
pandemic has them all confused still.
The pandemic or AEW?
So maybe the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic, they're confused on how to start things back up, like where to go.
I mean, there's definitely AEW people and Ring of Honor people showing up, and they obviously have to protect them to an extent. I just wouldn't...
In dead promotion, Ring of Honor.
I just wouldn't... Well, ex-Ring of Honor. I just wouldn't prioritize those people to face your weekly regulars, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you don't want to like big league stuff, right? You don't want to do that.
Right. I would kind of keep them in their little separate universe for cool matches on the card. So anyways, and they are mostly doing that. It just might... I'm just worried that it might get to that point. Like they had Wheeler Yuta against Masha, and Masha lost. And I go, well, of course she's going to lose to the AEW signed talent. And I guess that match is okay, but again, you're just having Masha lose too much, and she's one of the most over people on the booked little roster that they got. But West Coast Pro versus the World, they had a show. I enjoyed most of this. There was a Masha 3-way that was fun. She almost killed somebody neck first. But the main event is something I'd go out of my way to watch. It's Black Taurus against AJ Gray for their title over there. Just further just shame on Impact for not using Black Taurus properly. It's always obvious whenever you see this guy. Yeah, Kiss Demon more important.
Kiss Demon, brah.
And I was making jokes with people in Discord and whatnot that Impact should probably just implode their entire roster and start over fresh because there's so many free agents out there now. Because so much of their
they can just sign them all.
So much of their roster are just like these junk scrubs from the Fed that never amounted to anything.
Hey, they've got big casts.
Yeah, it's not something I would do. I would just keep 6 people, 4 guys, 2 women, and then just build from there, and book like an indie. Because
tell me you're not happy with Heath fucking Slater, man.
No, I'm not. But they won't do that. Yeah, that was a lot of indie talk. How about that?
Yeah, the indies, they're up and alive again.
Yeah, I'm happy. So let me play some Despair, because we got some short little thoughts on some Despair. Again, I never find where this is right away. Okay. Despair. Shimmer. Actress Girls. Essentially shut down.
Yeah, no, I think what do you want to start? You want to start Shimmer or Actress Girls? Because I have more to say over Actress Girls. I never watched Shimmer.
Well, okay, so
show.
Shimmer's a little Chicago little thing that's existed for like 10 years or whatever, or 15, whatever they want to mark it as. But my issue with, Shimmer has its place in history as something that could have been. And to an extent, it was a place where the women could work. It was their own promotion, but the way it was ran and its ambitions was always just so small and limited that, to me, it never got to a point where it was worth even paying attention to. The way it would book was stuck in like 1989. The wrestling was never any good. The women that they'd book for these things were never good, and they never had the. What was always missing was, if you were going to have this, you had to have some sort of training, some sort of level of improvement that us as possible fans could actually see the in-ring improvement for it all. And it just never even got close to that point, and it shutting down was inevitable. Is there a place for them? Well, yeah, Mission Pro exists. They have their place. In the South, this could have been the Midwest women's promotion, but with the real lack of booking and lack of skill and lack of training, this was an inevitable move that just had to happen, and it's unfortunately a long time coming for Shimmer. But it does have its place in history.
I made the joke about it. I remember making the joke about it not too long ago, about them dying or them being dead because they hadn't run a show in so long, it seems like. From at least what I've gathered, right? I remember we looked up their cage match and they had to run a show like most of the year. Honestly, I think it's how much it has to do with them, or how much it has to describe their them expanding outside of their little area. I don't think women's wrestling can do that in the West. It doesn't have the same sort of status, history, or skill level even that it does over in Japan, where there's multiple women's promotions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That they needed
like
training to get better, and they never had the booking that seemed to escape out of 1989. So it never had a chance in the first place.
I'm saying even if they had the training, they would have never. I don't think they'd have gotten past their little small area. Well,
you never know. They never even got to. They never got there. They couldn't do it. They wouldn't do it.
I guess I just don't think it would have ever worked if they made attempts to, just because women's wrestling it's only recently that people are starting to pay attention to it, but I realize that it's not that big of a deal.
But they never grew. They just always had the same 150 people in Chicago, in the Chicago area, and it just never progressed. It never went anywhere. And there was no ambition to go anywhere.
I would have never expected it to anyway. So I don't even give them knocks on that, just because how are you going to grow?
Yes, how are you going to grow?
Come see you?
that's
they were
that's
already
the goal.
5 steps back, so there was no way that they had a whole hill to climb that I don't think any promotion women's promotion here could do. I don't think it's even possible. It's not now. It's not until women's wrestling becomes more of a mainstay or becomes at least better and a mainstay could a promotion like that even exist.
So actress girls.
Yeah, I got a lot to say. Well, maybe not a lot to say, but so the news broke last night as we were watching the Full Gear pay-per-view that Actress Girls is closing. Now, they're not closing all operations. They're closing all but their actoring things. So they're pretty much just effectively killed the wrestling promotion.
Yeah, they're closing.
They killed the promotion. Now, from some of the responses on Twitter from the wrestlers, it seems like a lot of them didn't get the memo. They all found out on Twitter. And the fans also were upset that it just was on Twitter and not a press conference and all this. Very unprofessional, which just seems to be in line with Actress Girls right now.
It sure seems that way.
Can't say I'm shocked. I said it on Twitter. I'm not shocked that they're the ones that close, but I didn't expect them to be the first ones. I think this closing has less to do with their financial situation pre-pandemic and more to do with their financial situation throughout the pandemic. I think they before the pandemic were on the upswing. They were booking Corkin more. They were about to introduce tag belts. They had debuted rookies. They had a lot more upside going for them. They were one of the promotions that was on the up with Ice Ribbon. However, the pandemic just destroyed them, and because they have such a big roster, and to pay people, you can't pay people if you're not really running shows, which they didn't for a good while there, and most shows they ended up running were like 20, 30 people in attendance. So you saw a lot of the wrestlers that had acting sort of careers focus more on their acting. See by how many of them were posting about acting and getting and promoting their stage plays and shows they were on, whatnot. And when they got back up and running, Actress Girls, and started running more regularly like they have been up until now, that didn't stop. The wrestlers were still booking themselves more in acting roles. It made me feel like they weren't getting paid enough to wrestle, maybe less than they were before the pandemic, which would make sense, right? You're running venues with 100, 150, maybe 300 people tops there. So how much money are you really making? So they're not in the way like Wave or Diana or Pure JR, where if those fold, it's because it's been years of neglect in booking and neglect in finances and things like that. They died purely because of the pandemic, which is unfortunate. But I think at the beginning of the year, I had this feeling that they were not going to make it very far out of the pandemic. But I thought they were going to cut down on the roster before they would close, but they didn't. They even debuted 4 new rookies.
They went the way of Ring of Honor.
Yeah, it's sad to see this promotion. I think what drew me to it the most and what made me like it so much was not just the sort of old kind of Stardom feel that some people seem to be missing, that I kind of liked a little bit, but didn't want Stardom to be that because they were too big for it, and that was good for them. But also, they took a concept that 2001 JD Star, the promotion I'm obsessed with, and go on the Red Leaf Retrocast Patreon $5 tier and hear me talk about them. But it's something that I liked, the idea, the kind of weird concept of taking actresses and making them wrestlers. I thought that was always just a weird kind of interesting idea for me, because it's not something you see even over here in the West, outside of like one-off spot shows for people like Ronda Rousey or some shit. So it was very interesting, and I think they perfected it. They did it to a way that not only did they have wrestlers on the roster who were actually competent wrestlers, but they also had a lot of people getting booked throughout the scene, which is something JD Star did not have with those girls, with the ass-dress wrestlers. So I kind of liked that they were able to take that concept and make something of it. And, I mean, they produced great talents. Some people know them. Tam Nakano, rookie from there. Seriano, Tei Hanma, Natsupoi. That's the first rookie class right there. Now Kakada. It's great. Their first rookie class produced so many stars that we see now in other places. It's crazy. Their second class, Himeka, Kekaru, Takase. It's great.
And there's something to be said for a lot of their wrestlers branching out to the other indie Joshi promotions and being such a part of their cards over the years.
Very important, because they fill out so many of the cards at these bigger promotions. There are promotions bigger than them in terms of age and sort of recognition, like Oz Academy and stuff like that. They were Ice Ribbon, like they were all over the place, and now it's kind of, how are they going to do that? How many of them are going to stay in wrestling? That's been the big thing that I've noticed, because a few of them take up a lot of acting roles, and some of them have a lot of success. Like a big one that comes to mind is Momo Kogo.
All right, Kay.
She had
I wanted to do this with you. I'm gonna pull up their loose little roster here. Okay.
All right, you're gonna shoot some names at me. My thoughts on if they stay or not.
And what promotion do they show up in? Let's say what becomes their main booked promotion. So let me pull this up here.
Okay.
Hikari Shimizu.
I think she'll go straight back to acting. I don't think she stays in wrestling.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes, she has an injury rap sheet, and she has a lot of acting roles that she gets. So I think she'll just go back to acting only.
Oh. Yuko Sakurai. She's one that I've always touted as a good prospect.
She will also stay in acting. I do not think she'll continue wrestling.
Saki, all caps.
That one I'm a little up in the air on because she doesn't get a lot of acting roles. But I can see her being a mainstay in TJPW. She fits more there than anywhere else, I think.
Misa Matsui.
So this is the one that I desperately want her to continue wrestling for my own selfish reasons that I thought I saw a lot of promise in her, but she gets a lot of acting roles. So I don't think she does. If she does both, she probably just stays in like something like Ice Ribbon or something. She becomes a regular there and doesn't have to commit to long tour schedules.
Kakeru Sekiguchi.
She'll stay in Oz Academy. She'll just, because she knows the people there. She's good friends with Akino and all them. They all like her over there. So she'll just be a regular freelancer, I think. She doesn't get a lot of acting roles, so she won't go back to acting if she wanted to.
All right. Momotani.
Acting.
Okay. Yeah.
She has a big acting presence. She has a very big acting presence. She's not going to stay in wrestling. And she's up there in age. She won't.
Mari.
I think she will stay in wrestling. She also does not get a lot of acting roles. She gets some here and there, but not enough that I feel like she'll stick with it. I don't know if she's part of acting, though, so she might actually stay there with the acting stuff, but the promotions, I want to say like she could fit either the Ice Ribbon regular mold or her gimmick would get very over in something like TJPW.
Now the heavy hitters. Momo Kogo.
This is the one I'm tossed on because she just had a major... Now, I don't know how good the movie did in theaters, but she was a lead actress in a motion picture that was released in theaters, where a very famous actress was her secondary actor to her, was like her co-lead. She was the main focus of the entire movie. So that's kind of a big deal. So if that movie did well, I could totally see her just pivot right back into acting and not go back to wrestling. But that depends on that. If she stays in wrestling, she'll be a regular Ice Ribbon. She's got a lot of friends there, a lot of people that like her. She already has a built-up rapport with them. She'll stay with Ice Ribbon.
Miku Ano, one of my favorites.
She's also a hard one to tell because she does a lot of acting as well, but she does a lot of acting and she does a lot of long acting.
She's pretty entrenched in Ice Ribbon.
Right, but I'm trying to think of how many of them are going to stick with wrestling over acting.
That's the huge question.
If they can't do both, which one are they going to go for? And I feel like, given that she does a lot of long-term acting roles, means she'll like be in a stage play that runs over the course of a couple months. I don't know. She doesn't get a lot of roles, but she gets a lot of long roles, from what I can tell from her sort of profile, her Twitter profile. But if she stays in wrestling, it'll be Ice Ribbon. She'll be a regular there as well. She'll be like the Maika Ozaki of their like mid card.
How many do you see just transferring over to the acting girls full time?
So there's a few of them that are already involved. Whether they stay or not, I think depends on their contract. Is there a contract with actress or acting? And if it is with acting, do they feel like they were burned enough to say, well, fuck it, I'm leaving anyways?
So where does that leave Tae Honma?
Tae Honma's involved a lot in acting. She does the training for all the wrestlers and everything. Yeah. She'll fucking leave. Her Twitter response, her Twitter response did not make you feel like she was happy at all. Her first Twitter response was very much like what are you talking about? We have a show on the 20th. What are you fucking doing? Whatever, I don't understand. And then she deleted that and then quote tweeted the response thing again saying, the actress girls made an announcement, please look. And her last tweet this morning was, hey guys, my t-shirts and stuff are no longer on sale in the actress store. Get them while they're there. So I don't know if she's staying around or not because I got the impression she was not too happy about that announcement.
And of course, one that means a lot to me, Miyuki Takase.
She will freelance scrub. Unfortunately, that's where she's going to be because she has a lot of friends in a lot of places. Whether she swallows her pride and goes to Seedling because she hates Hota. At least rumor has it her and Hota do not get along. And Hota is very entrenched over there right now. So if she goes there anymore or not is, I don't know. But I feel like she'll be a regular on like Wave or Marvelous shows and maybe Ice Ribbon. I'd like to see Stardom try to grab her, but I don't know if they'll do it. If she has any interest in that either. That's also a thing that I thought about.
She does every once in a while post she has ambitions for America. So they're just to throw out another option there.
I don't want her at AEW. They don't book their Japanese woman on TV and as enough as it is.
I didn't say anything like that.
No, I'm just throwing that there because that's where a lot of people's brains are going to go. It's like, I don't want her there, actually. They don't book
that's kind of the only place that she could end up, yeah. But anyways. All right. Actress Girls, closing.
That's sad.
If you were to put some money down on the next promotion to probably close, because this was a topic I brought up. Coming out of this pandemic, we're gonna see a lot of companies look at their run sheets and see, look, we can't do this anymore. And
I mean, I put that out there just last year when we were on the Joshi Pod. I said that there's gonna be a lot of promotions that are going to go, they're going to die, and that's just how things are gonna be. I still have money on Wave. I feel like at this point, it's just a running gag at this point.
It feels like it's a matter of time, but I'm really leaning close to Marvelous shutting down as a full-time promotion.
Right, that was the next one I was going to say. Yeah. I think the roster is going to get bought out by Stardom. There's no way they can continue with the 4 or 5 people they got going right now.
It's getting real hard for Marvelous. Okay. Let's talk about something more fun, because it's AEW time. And I'm very excited to talk about what we witnessed over the last couple weeks. Here we go. AEW.
AEDubs.
The dubs, man. So instead of just kind of going through like Dynamites and Rampages, it was a lot of build towards Full Gear, and rightfully so.
Right.
Yeah, and I even went to one of those shows at the end of October, and the build to Full Gear with these Dynamites and Rampages, did you feel that they did a good enough job?
I think some of it did a good job. I think the Punk Kingston thing was, for how short they built that on, like time-wise, I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, they didn't need much to get that hot, did they?
No, they did not. The Hangman Page Kenny stuff I thought peaked with that one promo segment where Hangman picked up the belt and said, "Oh, hey, you forgot something." I thought that was a perfect note to end it on. Contract signing did absolutely nothing for me, so I felt like that was a bit like maybe if you wanted to switch where you did stuff, I feel like you could have put that one promo with the belt on the final show. I think that would have fit better. But that's kind of it that I can think about. The women's stuff was forgettable and had bad matches with Reba on TV, so we need to talk about that.
I mean, well, let's just get this out of the way, because I really don't feel like talking about it. It's a burnt topic at this point, but they put the least amount of effort into the women's division. They put the least amount of time. There's rarely any build involved with the women's title. I mean, it gets less time and importance than the future title in Stardom, for example.
Yeah, that's held by Ruaka.
Yeah, and let's be honest, the skill level isn't far off to go along with it with who they with who they book in these roles. I'm still on record with setting your expectation low. It is I have really come around on the idea that this is the future title. This is the AJW Junior title. That level of expectation, and to be honest, they have the roster where I shouldn't be doing that.
I'm about to say that I can't have the low expectation for it in ring because they have the roster. They just don't fucking put those people on TV.
Right. So the thing that we actually do care about more is the TBS title, and how they're booking that. But that's still just one match every week. It seems it's as little to do with it. It's just. I mean, they paid for it on the pay-per-view. Let's be honest. The crowd was dead. They could not care. It was a cold challenger.
An awful match.
The skill is such a low bar. And here we go, Kay. It overstayed its welcome, and they tried really hard.
I thought you said the things.
Yes, I said the things, and that is a phenomenal example of when you actually should use those phrases, because it was, by my words, a great 2-star match.
And I think those are very good words to describe it. It's a very backhanded compliment.
Well, look, when the skill level has a peak, I thought that they reached the peak that they were able to with their skill. And by that definition, it was good for them. And I enjoyed what I saw. However, I'm not going to pretend that it's fucking Utami Shuri over here. I mean, that's just insulting. No, I can't call it great. Can I say I'm entertained and it was booked solidly, and it had a decent little match structure with some good little high moments? I mean, Tay Conti doing that fucking moonsault to the floor where she like went knees first into Reba. I popped.
Oh yeah, I popped because she went knees first into Reba, and fuck Reba.
But then when you see the follow up of Britt Baker running through quicksand and mud, hitting a spear, things get brought down to earth, and it's just realizing what the reality of the match is. And, when I look at a future title match in Stardom where it's like Mai Sakurai against Ruaka, and, well, first of all, Stardom's not going to book them to go 16 minutes.
Oh, God, no. Holy shit. That's going to go like 8 minutes max.
And just to compare what WXW did with Eva Koloski and Stephanie Mays, they went 8 minutes. And when I see Britt Baker and Tay Conti do what they did in 16, 10 to 12 is fine. I wouldn't have had an issue with that. Maybe it would have even gotten 3 stars with me if they would have taken that time off, because this match got really bad in places.
So, ready for my take?
All right.
So, I was on record thinking Tay Conti had improved, and I don't know if she's improved anymore, because the past 2 matches I've seen of her, she's looked a little worse for wear. Like, she's not looked as good as I thought she had looked prior.
Okay, are you saying 3-minute matches on Dark in squashes isn't going to develop you very well? Oh, okay.
I feel like Mr. TK Man is know what developmental means, because he doesn't seem to understand what that means. But my biggest, I guess, hot take, if you want to call it that, Britt Baker is a terrible wrestler.
That's not a hot
shocking
take.
But I'll go further. She is not somebody I'd put the world belt on right now. She has proven to me in the past couple matches, she's had one good match, but several bad matches. More bad than good. And right when I thought she had started picking things up, she showed me that no, she's still really shit. And all she is a good talker. And because of that, and because they have much more talented people on that roster, I don't think she should even be champion right now. I think it was a mistake to put the belt on her. I think the timing made sense, but if I'm booking this promotion, Britt Baker's not somebody I put even anywhere close to the belt. She sucks in ring. I want somebody to go out there, not only just talk, but actually be able to work a match and not look like she's wrestling in fucking slow-mo and messing up her spots, fucking up her timing, not knowing what to do, and having just the worst kind of in-ring structure to how she goes about things that I've ever seen. Her spear looks like shit. Her drop kick looks like shit. Her boot looks like shit. Nothing she does looks good. I'd take the belt off of her like tomorrow.
Well, let's not pretend Tay Conti did anything that looked great either. Everything she did was like a mile away.
But she's not the champion. That's my problem here. Tay Conti's not the champion. The champion should be good. Right, you want your champion to be able to perform in ring, not just on the fucking mic, right?
What's funny is they've had these.
That's bad.
Yeah, they've had these tag matches going on Dark with Emi Sakura, Nyla Rose against whether it's Mizunami, Soho. We saw the buy-in match where it was Shida and Thunder Rosa against Nyla and Jamie Hayter, and I thought that match, was just under 13 minutes. I thought that was better. It got a little rough in places, but look, these people don't work tag matches like ever.
No,
in this promotion,
they do not.
So it's very strange. The booking. Look, the booking of the women is competent, and it should be, first of all, but they never divert from this. Just we're gonna have a singles match once a show, or a squash match, and that's it. That's what you get. And we'll get a couple little backstage 30-second snippets, and that's all it is. And there's a reason why AEW
I would put the
continues.
belt on somebody else.
There's a reason why AEW has the
good.
continued criticism for this division. And let's not pretend Impact is any better. They're exactly the same.
Oh, no.
If
but
not
Britt
even
Baker is
worse.
a terrible champion. She's a terrible champion.
Well,
like, I don't know why you don't put the belt on somebody else.
I know why she's champion, and it's obvious. She's over.
Well, yeah, obviously.
She's
obviously.
over.
But
She's over and a
so
star.
So is Rio. So I'd put the belt back on fucking Rio before I put it on Britt Baker.
They did put the belt on Rio, and then she was never there by their booking design.
That sounds like their fault then, not booking her.
So, all right. Okay, so best friends are now in Chaos, and this has been an off pay-per-view feud. So a nice little mid-card feud to take up some TV time. I think it's a lot of fun. The HFO, maybe a little heat heavy. I probably wouldn't do it the same,
maybe.
There was a lot of things very heat heavy on the last week, and it's typical AEW go home fashion for pay-per-views. I think it's unnecessary, but the heels got to win every once in a while. I guess I can live with it. Orange Cassidy is a lot of fun. I love the best friends. I thought the lumberjack match was goofy, and it's what they do.
Matt Hardy missing the elbow like by a mile, which was fucking hilarious. We all laughed in chat watching it.
Oh, it was great heel stuff where he just lays it down while the back is turned. It's like, oh yeah, that's gonna fool the ref.
Like he drops the elbow and he's nowhere close. It is hilarious.
Yeah, it's great. There was a heel in the 80s I watched. He would constantly do that. There would be a distraction of the ref. He'd hit him with a roll of quarters, and then he'd drop an elbow on the canvas. I want to say it was Tully. I want to say it's Tully Blanchard. He used to do that. It's really funny.
It was hilarious.
Yeah. So they're bringing in Ishii to Butcher and Blade against Cassidy and Ishii. So that's fun. I have no qualms about it. Maybe the feud's going a little too long at this point.
Yeah, but my biggest thing is the feud is like going on for what, months and months now. You could please end it now, please. I want something else.
I would have very much preferred that. Look, if they would have built all of this up to an Orange Cassidy Matt Hardy hair versus hair match, I would have been way more into it.
Yeah, but they didn't, and that hair versus hair match was not good. So
okay. One thing I am definitely into is this whole everybody wants to be friends with Dante Martin story going on.
Oh, I'm super into that. I like it. It's great.
You got
He's being recruited from 3 different ways.
Yeah, you got the Acclaimed. You got Team Taz now, like threatening him to sign with them. Leo Rush is clearly using the guy. That was a great match on Dynamite, by the way. And they're clearly building up to his brother coming back from injury, Darius, the former Airwolf. And they got a lot of things entrenched with Dante Martin. I think it's time we add him to the pillars. It's the 5 pillars now.
I mean, you could go ahead and take Darby off, fucking loser. Pillars don't lose. I like that tweet from JPQ. Pillars don't lose.
Oh, that's funny. I'm firmly putting Dante Martin in with the pillars, and I like his brother Darius as well. They're definitely the tag team of the future. So they're kind of.
I think Dante Martin's got a singles career ahead of him. Boy, he's talented.
Well, believe it or not, Darius I thought was better until Dante went on this singles run.
We'll see if that still holds up then. I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. Back. We'll see how much Dante has improved over him, because it's pretty cool. I love Top Flight. I can't wait for this team to reunite, and then you got a lot of stories you can build up with that, and that's good TV. Full Gear.
That's great TV.
Full Gear. Okay, I'm just gonna ask you a question over each match, and we'll give some quick thoughts, because heading out of this pay-per-view, I think this pay-per-view overall was a home run.
100%. It was a grand slam, in my opinion.
Yeah. So buy-in. Sheeta pins Nyla Rose. And you had Deeb ringside. They played off the knee injury some more. What you think?
I like this. I think I'd like it more if I didn't have the fear in the back of my mind that Deeb Sheeta's going to be an elevation feud after this.
Oh, that's fair. That's a fair fear. But you feared that they wouldn't follow up on their first match, which they did.
Yes,
so.
I mean, I'm very happy I was wrong. I hope I'm also wrong with this other prediction, because Jesus Christ, Sheeta needs to be on TV more.
You know what I hope that they do? Something along the lines of this. Deeb injures Sheeta before the match with Nyla, and that could build up to another good TV match of Sheeta versus Deeb 3.
What I hope she tries to injure Sheeta, and down comes Emi Sakura, her teacher, to save the day. We get a tag match.
Oh, that'd be cool too. Yeah, the Killer Queens finally get some sort of trigger pulled. It's very. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, maybe
Mesa Ruga over, and she's been over for going on 3 weeks now, and she hasn't wrestled.
It'll be 3 weeks next week, or this week.
Jesus, yeah, it's this week.
Okay, MJF defeats Darby Allin, 22 minutes.
Fucking loved this match. Have I said how much I like MJF? I really like MJF. He is very good.
I love both these guys.
He did a great his like entrance with the really shitty like Ric Flair kind of robe thing, which was hilarious and great heel heat on his part.
Macho Flair, bro.
Macho Flair with the mink pink on it. It's great. Him and Darby had a very good match. It hit where I expected it to, and the finish was exactly what I expected it to be. Hit him with the ring, hits him with the headlock takeover, it pins him. It was fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah, I saw the finish a mile away. It was beautiful.
But it was great, though. Sometimes being predictable is good sometimes.
Lucha Bros defeat FTR tag titles. 18 minutes, 37 seconds.
Really like this match, but I think I like the Lucha Bros more than I like FTR in the match. I thought the Lucha Bros were just fucking nutso. They're great. Pentagon and Phoenix are like probably my favorite tag team right now in AEW.
Yeah, they can't miss, can they?
No, they're constantly 100% every time. It's great. I love seeing them.
Finish got a little wacky for people. I liked it. They played off that really.
It was a little weird, yeah.
They play like I understand the idea for it, and I totally get it. I probably would have done the same thing. Honestly, I wouldn't have had the Los Luchadors mask things in the first place. But since they went that route, them putting on the masks. And honestly, I was hoping that they were going to go full assassin style and have the mask loaded. But they tried to fool the Lucha Bros and the ref, and it cost them the match in the end. And now they have gripe, and that goes into the storyline in AAA for the AAA tag titles. So
what's funny is I don't know how you could fool the ref when you have your names in the back of your trunks.
Well, his butt was to the canvas, Kay.
They have different colored trunks. I feel like you can tell who has silly. What trunks by the color.
Well, the ref just happened to be colorblind, I guess. I don't know.
That specific moment he was colorblind. I got you.
Look, refs are statistically the dumbest people on the planet. It's a fact.
that is a fact. Yes.
Danielson defeats Miro via ref stoppage. 20 minutes. Danielson wins the tournament.
Yeah, this is who I predicted to win. I think I'd said that he's going to win. And he's going to be, I guess spoiler for the main event, he's going to be Hangman's first opponent, and Hangman's going to beat him. He's going to be the first one to beat Danielson. And that not only does that prop up Hangman's run more because he gets a big, giant first win, right? It also knocks Danielson down, finally gives him his first loss. So now you don't feel like you have to constantly have him on this winning streak again, right? It frees you up for what you can do with him now that he's not got the winning streak anymore.
Well, I thought Moxley was going to win this, and they were just going to slip Miro into that role, and Miro beating Danielson would be totally fine, and Miro can lose to Hangman. They didn't go that route. They're going Danielson. I sure hope Danielson loses to Page. I hope that's
if he doesn't lose, I'm going to be very upset.
I hope that further cements Page. That feels like a big match in December that they can now build to.
And the next winner is coming. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. And then they. I mean, look. Omega without the title has a million stories that they can really fall into, whether it's Danielson or maybe even Adam Cole down the line, the Bucks. There's a lot that they can do with Omega now without the burden of the title is a phrase I've seen float around, and I definitely agree with that. This is early ROH booking at its finest, where your top stars in the promotion don't need the title. And now that the title means something, you can prop up who you want to be a big star, and the title can help them do that. Hangman Page is definitely a good role for that. Christian Express defeats the Super Click, 22 minutes, 20 seconds.
The match was fun. There was parts of it I didn't like the thumbtacks in the mouth. I think that's like the second time in a row we've seen this now. Past couple weeks at least. I don't like that spot. It just looks kind of weird and clumsy and bad. Outside of that one spot, I thought the match itself was fun, and I'm kind of glad the Bucks didn't win.
No, it was good.
I was afraid they were going to win, but they didn't. I kind of like that at least.
Christian Cage. I thought Jungle Boy was the star of the match from 100%. Start to finish. It was all about building him up, especially to that finish of giving, I think it was Matt Jackson the concerto. Yeah, they beat the hell out of each other. It was all over the arena. It felt like this is where the Young Bucks are at their strongest and doing a bunch of lucha libre, and Christian Cage getting involved doing a balcony dive. This absolutely met expectations. I mean, up to this point, I was 4 for 4 on matches over 4 stars. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I thought this was more of a street fight than the actual street fight we got later.
Oh, that's okay. We're going to talk about that later. But, okay, Cody Rhodes and Pac defeat Andrade and Malachi Black. Look, I thought that was fine and fun. I didn't have much issue with it.
I thought it was fine as well, but until you had mentioned it to me this morning when discussing the card, I was like, oh shit, I forgot that happened. It was very forgettable for me. I don't think I had a whole lot invested in it. I already don't like Cody. I feel like he kind of overstays his welcome sometimes.
How dare you?
How
dare you even use that phrase?
Pac is never on TV enough for me to really get invested in him as much as I think I would like to. And Malachi is great, but I don't know why he's with Andrade. It's still, to me, that's still like the weirdest pairing still.
I like the post-match angle beatdown that they went with it. So they got a lot of intertwined stories going on here. The crowd just viscerally boos Cody Rhodes. I really liked the dynamic of, like, nobody was tagging each other in; they were tagging themselves in until the very end when Andrade and Malachi were kind of sort of on the same page. This I thought for where it was placed in the card, that we were able to finally catch our breath a little bit. And unlike a lot of other Cody Rhodes matches where it's either like a super miss or super hit, they didn't dive into crazy NWA 1984 angles here. And yeah, I think people are letting their Cody Rhodes hatred really cloud their judgment on this match.
Hey, he's a very easy guy to hate.
Britt Baker defeats Tay Conti. We already talked about that. CM Punk defeats Eddie Kingston in 11 minutes and 7 seconds.
I loved this. This out of all of the matches felt like an actual grudge fight, and I loved it. They beat the hell out of each other. First off, Eddie starts before the bell rings, just back fist the fuck out of Punk. It was great. I popped hard.
He Aja Kong'd his ass.
He sure did. He fucking Aja Kong'd before the bell even rang, knocked his ass out. Ref goes to check on him. I was hoping they'd call the match there, actually. I think it'd be great if they did that. It's like, he just knocked him the fuck out. It's great. But they didn't, and I thought the match itself felt very vicious. Very much like an actual, like they were trying to hurt each other. Kind of like Tam Mayu, to me, almost, where they were visibly trying to inflict pain on each other at any cost. And they weren't really thinking about being in a wrestling match. They were more thinking about just beating the other person up.
When CM Punk did the fucking 4 moves of doom, and he had the blood all over his face and the crazy eyes that he's going to channel John Cena, and he got boos from the crowd, I lost it.
He sure did. He put his hand up like he was about to do the 5-knuckle shuffle. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
And the crowd just boos him. It's great. It was fun. I laughed at it. It was a great moment.
Yeah, you don't see very many 4.5-star matches under like 12 minutes. This was phenomenal.
It was great.
Minneapolis street fight. You know, Kay? You know what I like my street fights?
Clean tags down the middle.
Clean tags down the middle, obeying the tag rules. Oh yeah, we got
the tag rope.
It was so funny. It's so funny how this match started. I'm like, what are we doing?
I made the joke we were watching, and I was like, man, I sure love my street fights, clean and down the middle.
Yeah.
No shenanigans, no weapons, no jumping in and fighting each other. Nah, the tag ropes. They were holding the tag ropes. Did you notice? They were all holding the tag ropes too.
They got all these wacky trash drums with Minnesota weaponry to the side, water skis, hockey sticks, you name it. I was laughing.
Canada than Minnesota, but I got you.
Minnesota. Have you ever been to Minnesota?
I mean, I've driven through there.
Okay, let me tell you something about Minnesota and northern Michigan and Wisconsin.
I've only been to Detroit and Saginaw.
Look, they're basically Canadian. Let me tell you.
You wouldn't know. You lived in the Canadians.
I would know, and I've been to Winnipeg and Minnesota, and look, man, I lived in that region. It is absolutely, it's as Canadian as you could get.
Yeah, they also to pop like a bunch of buffoons.
Look, this match I thought this was goofy fun, and there was a lot of cool shit in this match. I was very impressed with how Arlovsky and Junior Dos Santos especially were able to hold their own. No Paige Van Zant in this match. It's kind of shocked me.
I was kind of okay with that, actually.
I got a kick out of Dan Lambert. He was just kind of being a scrub and running around and being a goof.
He was definitely the highlight of the match. He was definitely the highlight. Like him just being just a geek and a goof. I liked it. I think the match itself was a bit messy in parts.
Well, I mean, you got MMA fighters in there.
Yeah. I expected it to be, so it wasn't like out of the ordinary. I think to go off of your good 2-star match comment, this was a very good 3.25-star match. I enjoyed it, but it definitely wasn't something that I would go back and rewatch.
Yeah, I went 3.5 on this one myself, but I had a great time watching it. And after the match,
a lot of fun.
Yeah, after the match, they had a break and they introduced Jay Lethal is All Elite. I really like this move. If you've read the Young Bucks book like I have, Jay Lethal is all over this thing. He's very much ingrained with the Young Bucks. You definitely felt, at least I felt at the formation of AEW with Jay Lethal's contract at the time coming up. I thought he was destined for this promotion. And I'm a big Jay Lethal fan. I think he's super solid. You want to talk about black athletes that could be at the top of a promotion. Ring of Honor already proved it. I thought he had done his time in Ring of Honor. It was time to leave the territory, and now that he's at AEW, I think it's going to be a good injection into his career, a lethal injection, some might say. See what I did there?
Ooh, I see what you did there.
I like this.
So
one.
I have a question about him. So I remember you mentioning a little ways back, I think, to me that he's at the end of his career. He's a bit broken down.
Kinda, yeah.
So I don't know if I'd push him as a major star if that's the case, at least with him. Maybe keep him like an upper mid card role. I think would be kind of where I feel like he'd fit.
I've mentioned this before in the past. As long as you can keep your young pillars hot and not getting buried above from like these major top guys. Look, you have a finite amount of time with these stars. You know, Omega, Punk, Danielson, and Jay Lethal. They're all in their late 30s, early 40s. And you got to take advantage of kind of your dream matches and their star power while you can. And as we've seen tonight with the coronation of Hangman Adam Page, it seems like they've found a good happy medium with keeping a lot of these guys in their various roles, which is very tough to do.
Yeah, I think I have faith that they'll do it. Excuse me. I have faith that they'll do it, but I wouldn't strap him up, at least not right away.
Well, they got him challenging Sammy Guevara right away for the TNT title on Dynamite.
Look, oh man, I don't know if you take it off Sammy. He just won the damn thing.
I don't know. The TNT title is in this nice little happy ground where someone can win it right away, and I'm kind of at a 50-50 where I'd be very okay with Jay Lethal winning, and then they could build up Sammy Guevara and a couple other people to get involved with this TNT title that are your main eventers, because that's what this TNT title is to me, where it's a main event title, but it's defended and more volatile than the world title.
I mean, I get what you're trying to say, but I feel like since he literally just won it, I think he's only had one defense too. I don't know. I think it's a little too soon to take it off him. Like, I get what you say they should do, and I think that's something you do when he has at least a couple more defenses under his belt with it. At least it just feels like if you took it off him now, like why it just feels way too like you just put it on him sort of deal.
Yeah, I understand. You wanna do something super interesting with the closure of Ring of Honor.
But have it be a time draw. Have the match be a time draw, and there's no victor yet.
I mean, that'd definitely be right up there with choices. Look, Jay Lethal is Ring of Honor to the core, and you want to do some like Ring of Honor stable story with like, look, you got Bobby Fish, you got some Adam Cole disparity going on. You want the Elite to be busy for a while. That's something you could definitely do.
Yeah, I can see them doing that. It feels like something a nice pivot for the Elite after they've sort of not longer involved in title picture situations.
Right. And look, MJF essentially is the number one contender right now after Danielson. Call me crazy, Kay. I think Adam Page beats Danielson, and then I don't see a long run with this guy. I think you pull the trigger on MJF.
MJF is the next challenger after Danielson. Yeah, I'd pull the trigger, especially because if you do it like that and he beats Danielson, it's like a giant win, right? Nobody's beaten him yet. He's unbeaten. He's facing all these big names, have these big matches. I think you could, and then just have him chase again. But I almost feel like you run the danger of doing the chase again after you just did the chase, and that might hurt him a little bit.
I think the story with Page is essentially completed for the title. And him having a nice little short 2-month run with I mean, you can throw another defense randomly in there between
the problem. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, lost my train of thought, but the point is Adam Page, his story's completed. Let's tell a new one, and I think MJF on top is a good new story.
Well, I think also that just came to my mind. You also just had a heel champion. I feel like if you go so soon to another heel champion, that might be a little much.
Yeah, you still got the TNT title.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about your main belt for like the past year has been held by a heel champion after Moxley was the babyface, right?
Yeah, but everyone loves Omega.
But he was still the heel, getting heel heat and all this other stuff. I think you go a little longer than 2 months. I think you could do something. We could have MJF get like a loss, like by upset by Darby. Darby can get his win back by just doing something with Sting or something, and you can kind of keep him busy a little bit there before you have him have a title match. I'd like to see Hangman have a little bit longer than just 2 months. Maybe 6 months would probably be a good time frame for me, at least.
I don't know. I'm up for a short run. There's something. I just have this feeling that Page shouldn't have this title very long.
They want Joe Kiona him then.
He won the title. Come on.
Well, okay.
Which, by the way,
with the belt,
fucking phenomenal match.
It was amazing. 5 stars. Fucking loved it.
They really risked it with the ref bump and some of the interference, but they didn't. They didn't They found that happy middle ground where Omega avoided the buckshot with the ref just right in the way at the last second. Don Callis gets involved. They did a phenomenal near fall off the belt shot. And then the Young Bucks coming out just battered and tattered, and they just kind of stare at Hangman and they give him the go for it, dude.
Nod. That's what I'm saying. You got a story now with Kenny, because there's no way Kenny's not gonna like know that, like looking at the footage or whatever, because since they played on the fact that they all watched the shows. Say, what was that, guys? Where were you in my corner? And easily you can do that whole thing. I like that. You just have the sort of the super click versus Kenny and whoever else.
Yeah, I went 4.75 myself. Not quite the 5.
5 because story, bro. Story is great for me.
It's definitely a match.
If the Bucks didn't come out there and did that whole thing, I think I would have been in line with you. But that bit of story garnish for me was enough for me to give it 5.
Yeah, it was really neat how they kind of migrated into his corner and everything came full circle.
They migrated from Kenny's corner to his corner. You saw when they originally walked over there, or at least one of the Bucks, I forget who, was in Kenny's corner. The other one kind of stayed in Hangman's corner, and then the other one gradually walked over to the other corner.
Yeah, look, man, the Elite all lost. The Elite all lost on the show. Half the Pinnacle lost. Yeah, they're kind of all over. I thought the booking's great, and I'm super into what they've plugged for Dynamite this Wednesday. The follow up looks strong, and they can kind of reset with a lot of top talent going forward. Kenny's got the Vikingo match in AAA. FTR's got their little match against the Lucha Bros in AAA, so they got intertwining stories there. They got the TBS tournament going. Hopefully that continues to be good from an in-ring perspective. I'm a little less bullish on the outcome of some of these things, but where CM Punk, where Danielson, where Adam Cole goes, there's a lot of intrigue. Good stuff from AEW.
Yeah, no, I agree. Also, I'll make one more small prediction. I think, given that CM Punk's probably going to be undefeated for a little while, I think if you have MJF win the belt, you have him beat CM Punk in the most heelish way possible. You have him smack him with the ring. You have whatever you have to like get him to get this cheap, really like definitely you didn't earn this win.
Look, man, MJF with this ring, that's his finisher.
All the heat. Like he gets all the heat and then he goes out and says, "I beat your hero. I beat CM Punk. He was nothing. I should be your hero." I can just hear the promos in my fucking head. You should definitely do that.
Okay. I really like MJF's finisher as just the ring shot.
It's great. If they do that same tournament again, he should win it again. It should be his thing.
He just never loses the ring.
Just never loses it. You definitely should do that.
Why not? Okay. Huh. New Japan. Who do I play for New Japan? I guess Okada. Yeah. I like the coin drop. Where is it? There it is. Power Struggle and Battle of the Valley. Here's my thoughts over New Japan, K. I'm still not invested into this promotion, like, at all, currently. There's a couple things...
I wonder why.
Well, I mean, the House of Torture is, like, get that out of here.
You mean hot?
Yeah, they're definitely not hot in my mind. The junior division needs an injection of fresh talent badly. They're going into Super Juniors with a heel show in House of Torture. Desperado won the title in a good match against Robbie Eagles. I did like that match quite a lot. I went notebook on it, 4 stars. I went Excel sheet.
Excel sheet. Oh no.
I went Excel sheet. But the main event, as good as these matches are, they just feel soulless to me. Like I'm watching Okada Tamatanga for the briefcase, and this is a case where I'm looking at this match just going, they're doing good shit, they're solid in the ring, but I'm not into it, and it's simple as that. So it could be at this point they could have a 4.5 star match, and I'm just looking at it going, I don't care. And when I'm watching Shingo Zack Sabre Jr., well, first of all, I didn't think it was as good as their G1 match. But as for in-ring and pulling in a high level, from that perspective, if I'm in a vacuum, I'm like, yeah, that's a great match. But I don't live in a vacuum. I live in this world where I'm watching Power Struggle, and I'm struggling to get through it.
You're having to go through the struggle to get through Power Struggle?
Now, Battle in the Valley, we watched directly after Full Gear, so we were kind of on our last legs. However, there was a lot to like about it. I'm really into how they're building up Wrestle Kingdom. There's 2 minds I'm going through. One mind is I don't like that they have these multiple Wrestle Kingdoms. They're trying to make up ticket sales, and they just kind of go through these like 3, 4, 5 challengers that all want the belt. What they're doing with how they're handcuffing themselves, I'm into, because Okada being delusional with the V4 title, saying, I won the G1, I'm the champion.
He's trying to save us. No, he's not delusional. He's trying to save us from the terrible booking and the terrible belt.
And then you got Ospreay on the other end going, I'm the real champion. The interim fake Shingo over there, he's not the real one. So they're having a match at Wrestle Kingdom, which was destined to happen. That's, fair enough. The booking makes sense, I guess, from that perspective. And then on the second night, they'll lead into the winner facing Shingo, or however they're going to go about it.
But night 3 then?
Right. There's like something missing there. Jay White's no longer the open weight title, which, by the way, that Ishii match, very strong. That was a very strong match.
Very good. Also, Okada Juice Man was, or not Okada Juice Man,
Moose Juice.
Okada, yeah, Moose Juice was way better than it should have been.
Moose Juice was...
I thought otherwise Okada versus Juice came to mind.
Okada against Buddy Matthews. I thought they tore the house down, but there was this weird thing in the middle where Matthews had Okada dead to rights with the elbow strikes, and the ref like pushed him off. I'm like, is that a ref stoppage? And they just kind of kept going. I go, okay, that was weird. But I did still love the match.
Spot with the foot stomp thing when he did the curb stomp, and it looked like Okada didn't get his hand in front at first because he just was like so fast, and Okada just stayed there holding his face. He actually kind of hurt himself, I think. Or I did a really good job selling it, that's for sure. But that was also a weird spot for me,
the guy. So there's two people that impressed me, and it was Buddy Matthews.
Moose.
Moose is par for the course. I mean, he's an Impact champion. What are you going to do with the guy?
Yeah, but him and Juice had a good match that I didn't expect to be good.
They had a above average mid card match. Is fine. Shocking that Moose does his best work outside of the Impact Zone.
You know what? That's a spreadsheet match if I've ever seen one.
Oh, it hits the Excel sheet for you?
Hey, the Moose Juice don't lie.
Gross. But Tom Lawler's little faction there is very impressive. They had a fun match. The young lions out of the LA JoJo just continue, like Yui Mora, Clark Connors, Carl Fred, like all of those dudes are so much fun to watch. I need them in Japan like yesterday. I need them a year ago. Ren Narita, Ospreay, they had another spreadsheet type match. Ospreay like coming off a busted neck and back and everything. He looks great. Very underrated on the mic, continues to be. And if we see more Buddy Matthews in New Japan, and there's like little talent exchanges, and I would very much anticipate to see how he'd be able to hold up in more New Japan type environment matches. And Jonah Rock showing up in New Japan and not the Impact Zone, I'm very much in favor of this move. I'm a big proponent of Jonah Rock. He was part of that UK Euro scene. Before he signed with NXT UK, he has a lot of potential. He's a young, I think he's like 31. He's got a lot to offer. He's a big, wide, strong dude. He kind of nodded at Moose and then beat up Finn Juice, those scrubs, those mid boys. Very for that. What was your impression over Jonah Rock?
I didn't really have one outside of him just being a big guy. I have no history with him. I have no idea who he is. I have to see him wrestle before I really form any kind of opinion on him.
Okay. Any other thoughts over Battle in the Valley?
Yeah, Ishii, that guy got a neck.
Well, okay, we all know this.
Well, listen, every time I say like, bruh, what happened to your neck?
Not there. Okay. Simple enough. I really need New Japan to like get some energy. Their split roster is hurting, and Battle in the Valley had more main eventers involved with it, kind of like Resurgence. But if we're heading into Wrestle Kingdom, I have a feeling AEW is going to be involved with that to an extent, and
you
hopefully,
would hope so, right?
Yeah.
Given that just everything's dire over there right now.
Hopefully we get more of this strong roster involved with New Japan, because God knows I'm not watching this Best of Super Juniors in Tag League.
I saw something funny. They're called hot because they get so much heat. Ah!
Hate it. Hate it.
I got your response to that terrible joke I made.
I hate it. All right, where's fucking Yamato? Where's my Yamato drop? There it is. Okay, Dragongate, Gate of Destiny from November 3rd, and Gate of Evolution from Cork and Hall.
Yeah, one decent show, and I mean the Cork and Hall thing had fucking Noah, so I didn't care.
Well, okay. There were 3 title matches at Gate of Destiny. This did not feel like a Gate of Destiny show.
It didn't feel like a big show at all outside of the main event, really.
Well, the Triangle Gate match with High End losing to the RED team of Eita, Hyo, and Ishida. 11 minutes. Here's the thing. The trios and tag titles, I thought just went too short. and they went too long in the tooth for the undercard matches. So
yeah, they definitely did, didn't they?
Everything just felt kind of cut
bad
off.
like that. It felt kind of like lopsided, like it was flipped the other way. The one thing I really liked about the triangle, the trios belts, as I names of these triangle ribbon whatever belts, is I like the tease of the split of the group. I've continuously said that I think SB Kento is going to be the one that leads RAD. He's going to give Eita the boot. And it seems like that's they're still continuing to build towards that. I like that.
The Twin Gate match I thought was great.
Shimizu showed up, brah.
Dude, King Shimizu in this match was on fire. This is what I knew the guy before his Kevin Nash days.
Before his Kevin Nash days, I like
his
that.
Kevin Nash phase, more like. Before his Ultimo Dragon phase, now he's in a Rikishi Macho Man type stuff.
It's the best.
Yeah, he was doing phenomenal in this match. Him and Yokosuka are a great tag team. They've really done the Twin Gate titles right. I was coming out of the Speedstar final and Kobe. I really missed the Ishida Sakamoto tag team. I thought they could do more, but Sakamoto was not long for this promotion. Now he's slumming it up in All Japan and GLEAT and shit.
Saka Pro.
Ugh, just what happened? That guy's
he downgraded, man. He wanted to slum it in the Yakuza scene.
I can't fathom why he would leave such a prominent role in this second biggest promotion in Japan for a low end thing that could go out of business any day. But anyways, Hao and Keno from the Congo duo from Noah. I need these guys to stay in Noah. Hao was incredibly impressive to me. He's to me
Keno.
I mean, Keno's great. I like Keno. He's just kind of a
I
dork
him as well. Yeah,
he's this.
I thought he's great. He's great. He has like the Lego Man hair.
I mean, he's the fourth best person in this match, which was surprising to me. I love Keno. But Hao was really impressive. I would love to see him more in Dragongate. But Natural Vibes retain. Match just was cut short. While it just felt like those last 3 minutes they were really hitting and going, and then it just kind of ended. There was a couple botch moves here, but they made up for it.
My boy won in the end. I think with Keno, this is the second match I've seen him in ever, and I liked both of them. The DDT versus DDT thing, and this one, I just refuse to watch Noah, so I need to see him outside of Noah more.
Yeah, low key, Keno has been doing his best stuff outside of Noah.
Shocking! He's not 50, so therefore he can't win in there.
Well, he just won the national title. That's their second title in Noah.
He'll lose it to Great Muta or something.
Yeah, probably. Yamato, Dreamgate title, defeats BB Hulk 19 minutes, 36 seconds. And I was poo-pooing this whole...
Sure were.
The whole prospect of this match. I was very worried that they wouldn't reach a Dreamgate level, and in a way they didn't reach Dreamgate level. That's only because of what BB Hulk is kind of capable of at this point in his career. And with my low expectations, as how the match was put together, like, look, the story, we spoke about this last time. The story of this match was built well. It's built good. It really feels like BB Hulk's last chance at the Dreamgate title. It's probably why they got the crowd that they did. And BB Hulk went into this and structured the match. I thought this match was structurally very sound. There's a spot where BB Hulk has Yamato on the top, and all of a sudden the camera pans down. There's a table there, and they fucking
that was great.
And they do the power. They do the wacky power slam through it, and Yamato barely gets in the ring on time. BB Hulk's doing moves he hasn't done in like 4 years. The over the tea kettle suplex spot, the mouse. Like, he was looking like Will Ospreay a little bit in this match. You can see a lot of Will Ospreay takes from BB Hulk. It was all built around Yamato trying to lock in some submissions against BB Hulk. And now that you've seen Yamato kind of more in this main event role, do you get what I'm trying to explain? How he's kind of the antithesis of the Dragongate style?
Oh, I get it.
Like, that's his character
now. I get it now. I just think it's kind of a boring character thing, but I get what they're going for. See, I wasn't as low on this match as you were, and I think I said that as much.
I wasn't as low going in. Coming out, I was very pleasantly surprised and happy, minus the botched finish.
So I came into this not having seen much of old Baby Hulk. I did see the match they showed before this of old him and Yamato, and I got some of the references for the spots they did in this match, specifically the suplex onto the outside, whereas in the old match they did it straight on the fucking concrete like crazy people. This time they did it to a table, which somehow was safer. But I've kind of grown attached to modern BB Hulk, so I didn't see his older stuff when I started liking him. So my expectations were a bit higher. I thought the match was going to be great, and I thought it lived up to what I wanted it to be. I think the only downside to me and why I don't feel like I'm going to like this match, and like looking back, is the finish fucked up everything so much. Sometimes you can have a great match, but you mess up the finish so much that the match itself is ruined as a result. And I feel like this is one of those cases because the match ending was so confusing. Even commentary was trying to explain or figure out what the hell was going on. And I feel like that those like extra seconds it takes to try to figure out what's happening, it merely deflates what I felt of the match. Went from I think a 4 1/4, like a 3 1/4. Took a whole star off for me because I just didn't like the finish at all.
I still went 4. I still went a spreadsheet on it. The finish, for those that haven't seen the finish, what happens is Yamato has BB Hulk in a triangle, and then BB Hulk does he tries to do the power spot, and Yamato pulls him over. BB Hulk's in the ropes. He gets him in an armbar triangle type maneuver, and the ref, knowing this is the finish, immediately jumps on Hulk to kind of shield the camera from the ropes. And he just says, he just stops the match. Submission finish type deal. Like they played off BB Hulk's shoulder isn't in place anymore. And commentary just didn't know what to do. It came off very awkward. I just went a quarter star lower. I wasn't as harsh as others, but it is, I mean, it's just, this seems to happen way too much. We had the Hip Hop Kakuta finish. We had the Benkei Shun Skywalker crap from last December. It just seems like every 2 or 3 defenses here, something just goes wrong in these Dreamgate matches, and it's really plagued this promotion. People tend to forget that the entire Kobe World Weekend was awesome. The Ishida and Sakamoto defenses from Shun Skywalker were phenomenal. Good high-end matches. No pun intended there for the group. But it really hid BB Hulk's kind of limitations in his older age now.
They played off his moveset, like he was doing the kicks to try to wear down Yamato, and as the course of the match was going and it wasn't working, he started delving back into his old playbook to try to get this man to put him away. And
one of my fears was Yamato was just going to own the majority of the match and keep him grounded.
Glad he didn't.
I'm very happy that didn't happen. So Yamato kind of playing the underdog. The table spot was a huge moment for me to really just fall in love with the match, and Yamato in his selling role, and
like after that spot where he comes back into the ring and Hulk just can't capitalize because he's just too old and banged up.
Yeah,
I loved that. It was nice storytelling.
And Yamato having his short bursts of speed and energy, I thought really went into the match very well. So the finish didn't take it away too much for me, but I understand where you're coming from. Now, what I don't understand, and this is something that's plagued Dragongate all year, coming off their hot 2020, coming back from being shut down, they've just been spinning their wheels so much this year. They just can't seem to hit another gear. They're not bad, but they're definitely not great, and that's been really tough. Yeah, and that's been really tough to kind of sell people on to continue watching Dragongate because, for example, coming out of Kobe World that weekend, there was a lot of eyes on the promotion. especially that it hadn't been there, with Yoshino retiring, one of the promotion's biggest stars the last 20 years, if not their biggest. And their failure to capitalize on, at least in the West, their failure to capitalize and maintain a level of interest really hurt this promotion as we come to the end of the year in their final 2 months. There's just not a lot of buzz, and it's moves like this that doesn't help. And I was perusing around social media, Twitter, Instagram, of Japanese fans coming out of Gated Destiny, and they were really confused why there wasn't another challenger. Whether it was Diamante, who had that big win over Shun Skywalker, which seems like it's just out of sight, out of mind at this point. It looks like they're going in the direction, based on kind of the Korkin and some angles, that it's going to be some sort of tag where it's Shun and Dragon Dia against Inferno and Diamante in like a loser. The guy who eats the pinfall will lose their mask, which is fine, but kind of not the direction I was really leaning to. And so there was no challenger at the end of Gated Destiny, and there was a lot of fans I noticed that were just kind of going, what are we doing? And just off, like in a press conference after the show, it's just announced randomly that Ben-K is the next challenger. And I go, well, why? This guy has no momentum behind him. He's now in this weird filler role, just like he was with Shun Skywalker. He's
lost on the show too,
right? And there's just no heat behind the guy, and I just can't. I mean, story-wise, I kind of get it, because Ben-K was one of the guys that defeated Yamato. Yamato could beat him, but they really have done nothing to make this guy feel any sort of momentum is behind him. He's just so much on the back burner that this is clearly just a cannon fodder type match, and probably this isn't what I would do at all. And I really the thermostat gauge on how hot the main event is just hasn't been the same since Kobe World. It is as ice cold as you can imagine, and it's just moves like that.
43 degrees.
Yeah, it's
42, 43 degrees.
It's
lukewarm at best.
It's 10 degrees Celsius tops.
Sad, because it's another promotion, and we'll get into. I guess we don't have to get into it, but just it's one of those promotions that just I liked last year, them and TJPW, and then this year I don't hate them like I do TJPW right now. It's just how salty I am over them. But it's just disappointing to see promotions I like just drop the ball so hard, too. It just makes me disappointed to see.
Yeah, they're just kind of hanging out, doing their thing. It doesn't create a lot of excitement. And nothing's bad either. It's just, they could clearly be doing more and getting more around. And when I kind of go through the roster and who's locked up where and how they're locked up in certain stories, the main event is just missing so much to really get behind. And they did this last time with Yamato's run, which is a shame. And then you have the Gate of Evolution, GHG, Noah Junior tag titles, Los Perros de Mal de Japón, Eita,
and comes fast.
Yeah, you're welcome. Eita and Nosawa Rongai, Noah Bookerman, in the main event, defeat Masquerade, Jason Lee, and Kota Minoura. 17 minutes, 51 seconds. I love this match when Nosawa was not involved.
I didn't care. I think I watched this match with you. I was just so interested because I just don't like. First off, what the fuck is with this guy's hair?
Well, he's a heel and he's a rat scrub, and he definitely comes across like it.
A heel doesn't mean you shave like half your head, but
sure
a quarter of it backwards.
You have to look ridiculous if you're a heel.
He only has like a quarter of the back half of his hair.
It really bothers you.
It's dumb.
It shouldn't bother you this much.
Listen, it's not asymmetrical, and I hate it. I hate it so much. It looks so. It has the alfalfa fucking thing coming up too on it.
I was more bothered with Nosawa, like big leaguing Kota Minoura. Didn't really like him doing that at times in the match.
I expected because he's Noah Booker, man. He's got big dick Noah energy.
God, I hated this. I hated this so much. It had nothing to do with him being a heel. I just think he's a bad wrestler, and I have to watch him in the ring.
Terrible. He's awful. He can even do a drop kick.
He can't do anything. He can hardly move. he turned his back during the whole taking pictures thing, and I was like, okay, well, cool, I guess.
Then no one wants your ugly face anyway, so
it doesn't bother me as much as the typical like longtime Dragongate fan. Like Pac, it worked when he attacked who did he attack? He attacked somebody before a Dreamgate match, and everyone was kind of looking over their shoulder every time with the guy, and people on their feet. Nosawa just turning his back to a picture. I'm like, okay, whatever. What's very strange is, now you don't know this, Kay, but at the end of the show, Yohei from Noah came out.
The fuck is that?
So, Yohei is a former Dragongate kind of young dragon, like a decade ago. And I'm going to drop some history on you.
Ooh.
Shimmer used to have a pet monkey at the Dragongate dojo.
Interesting. Go on.
Shingo was kind of the trainer, guy in charge, sort of, kind of, at the time. And under him was a guy named Yohei. And Yohei took pictures on social media of him doing goofy, like, YouTube shit. Of essentially doing monkey abuse. And he's like, look at this funky monkey kind of deal. And it got a lot of bad press. It led to Shimmer and Shingo taking pay cuts and massive apologies and a lot of bad fallout. And Yohei was punished as well accordingly, and short story is he was kicked out of Dragongate, basically. And now we're a decade later, he's kind of done his time, he's apologized, and he took the mic and he just goes, I love Dragongate, it's good to be here. Big heel. And I'm not upset about him coming. Look, it's been 10 years. He was a dumb kid. Now his wrestling is definitely more offensive because he's really not that great. But it's definitely a lot of heel heat behind Los Perros, which could be something to inject some excitement into Dragongate. I'm here for it. I'm not too upset about Yohei coming back as I think some others are. It's been a decade.
Japanese fans would probably be upset because they tend to hold on to things like that a lot. I didn't see
too much blowback, and it didn't strike me as someone trying to punish a guy forever off of a mistake in the past.
Yeah, so I feel like that maybe they on there. It's like, so the weird thing is the comparison that, well, maybe not one for one, but Yoshiko being kicked out of Stardom and her coming back, there wasn't a lot of Japanese backlash even from longtime fans, which I thought was odd. I thought they would, at least the longtime fans would be the ones with the backlash, but those ones probably came in after she left. So I feel like that was different. I feel like Dragongate has a lot of entrenched fans for years and years.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like a lot of them would remember him, and maybe some of them not like that. I don't know. That's the feeling I got, at least. Or at least I get. I don't have any idea who this guy is. Not the reaction he got. Just the speculation, I thought.
Yeah.
I think.
So that's the super short version of it. There's some movement in Dragongate that's very intriguing, and this is one of them. I just don't really know. Like, this main event just isn't working right now, and that's a shame. All right, DDT D-Oh nights 1 to 6. All right, UK only watched the first night.
I did, because the long-standing tournaments like this are not as interesting to me, and it doesn't seem like this was very good for the most part so far.
Okay, let's get your thoughts over the one night that you watched.
All right. You have to remember. You got to remind me of some of the matches.
I mean, there's the notes of the matches right there.
Oh yes. Silly me. Yes. Chris Brooks and Drew Park. I forgot about that match.
Okay, so you're useless. You're useless to me right now. I'll talk.
I sure am.
I'll talk. Okay, so there's two guys in this tournament I am not enjoying watching. Both for different reasons. First of all, the bodyguard is in this fucking thing.
Liga Pro's own bodyguard.
And this dude is going 50-50 with the strongest guys in the promotion. He's beating, I don't know what's going on with the booking of Yoshimura in this. He is like this undercard scrub he's coming across to me. He's not being strong, and the bodyguard is beating him and going to blows with all these people. He is actively bad in the ring. He's old. He's kind of slow and broken. Not enjoyable to watch.
The bodyguard, man. You doubt the power of the bodyguard as Caliga Pro backing?
Yeah, I am. And then the other guy is Yuji Okabayashi. Now he goes to a 30-minute draw on opening night with Takeshita, the champion, and I haven't really, like, the Takeshita match was good in long sections, and then every once in a while throughout these 30 minutes, it would just lose me completely.
Oh, somebody's starting to come back to me now. It's starting to come back to me. Yeah, I didn't like this match.
And
I remember I didn't like it. It was too slow.
Yuji Okabayashi in his matches is a indie dork to me that throws cool bombs. Does that make sense?
I get. What I remember of this match is I felt like it went way too slow, and it felt every bit of the 30 minutes, and I didn't like it.
Well, he just does too much indie shit for my liking. And it's
flips and shit? Does he do flips? I didn't remember flips.
No, he doesn't. He does different kind of indie shit, like indie scrub hallway type stuff.
Scrub hallway.
Like, it's not all bad. I'm making it sound like this dude's all doom and gloom. Like, he has his moments in his matches for me. Like, you see him in 2AW and these other promotions in Puro, and
nobody watches 2AW. Come on now.
He's a top guy. I'll use loosely.
You sound very unsure about that.
I mean, it's a technicality. And then he comes into DDT and he's got this like freelancer protection booking behind him, and it like I have an issue with Aroha to an extent. It's just obnoxious to me.
Right.
And I just can't, like, if we're talking about a story where Okabayashi is going to be if he's going to win this thing and be the next challenger and then beat Takeshita for the title, that really rubs me the wrong way. Because right now, with how open so much of this roster is to, I mean, nobody has a story going on anymore. Everything's reset. I spoke previously how there's a lot of directions that they could do, but we're not going in any of these directions. And watching the 6 nights of this tournament so far, nothing strikes me as anything other than Okabayashi is the only guy who's looking strong right now. Takeshita is the champion, so they're keeping him strong, which they should. But like guys like Yuki Ueno, Higuchi, Yuji Hino, like Akiyama's putting guys over. He lost to Ueno, he lost to Hino in dominant fashion. He's putting in good matches. I've liked Akiyama in this match, or in this tournament, and Chris Brooks is like a must-watch for me in this tournament. The match of the tournament...
Brooks should definitely win the tournament, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if that was a direction that they were going with building up to a Takeshita rematch and really building up another new main eventer, which, to be honest, DDT kind of needs. They told the Akiyama story. They told it with Takeshita. I've really enjoyed that. Now it's time to build up another new star, and it's not coming across that way. The Chris Brooks Takeshita match in this tournament was the match of the tournament for me. I really enjoyed that. The booking's been more on the safe side, but they get a little too cute for their britches sometimes. For example, the Akiyama Endo match with Endo hitting the shooting star and Akiyama rolling him up after getting hit with the shooting star. I hate those finishes. I will poo-poo those till the cow comes home. I need something.
Yeah,
I need something injected into this promotion. It was wrong of them to disband the units the way they did in 2021. Because they feel lost as a promotion. In a vacuum, the matches are good. I need more than vacuum wrestling.
Why did they reset everything? I didn't feel like they needed to. It's so unnecessary, it felt like.
I mean, Sasaki's not in this tournament. He is their Universal Champion. Hiroshima, I don't think has won a match yet. And I don't feel like I will know where this promotion is going until we see the winner of this tournament and when 2022 hits, really. That's what it feels like. And that's a ways away, and it's no wonder this promotion's drawing like 200 people for these shows right now. Everything's just a card. And you'll get a good match or two because of the talent involved. There definitely needs to be more than that.
I don't like that they reset things. It makes me so. Obviously disclosure here, I don't have as much investment in DDT. I did have a little bit of it last year. Even in the D-Oh, I think we're watching it with you and liking parts of it. But I have almost no care because it doesn't feel like there's anything for me to sink my teeth into and get invested in. Them resetting things, I feel like, is why that is. I feel like there's no reason to be invested in people. I like Endo. I don't think he's going to do anything because I don't know where he's going. He doesn't have a faction
ever since
anymore.
he lost the title, he hasn't done anything. They really put him on the back burner, Benkei style.
He doesn't have a faction anymore either. He doesn't have his faction anymore, right. So he can't do that anymore. So it's like, what's the point of any of this? Like, at all? It just feels like the reset was needless, unnecessary, and it probably do more harm to them going forward than it's going to do any help.
Yeah, they need an injection of some storyline, and multiple at that. It can't be just one. And they really, we're probably halfway through this tournament at this point, or in the to an extent. And in hindsight, they really, after that Chris Brooks Takeshita match, they should have had some angle or two, but going into this tournament, and then they could book the tournament kind of around those two angles, or during this tournament have some angles, and they're just not doing that. It's just matches. And like I said, I need more than vacuum wrestling. If I wanted to watch Sendai, I would.
Oh God, yeah, right.
But I will tout the Takeshita Chris Brooks match. That one was excellent. That's all I got to say over DDT. I think we're done here with that one.
Sure.
Okay, let's get to an interesting promotion. Stardom. Who should I play?
Tommy.
Tommy. Well, I got our old theme, so you're just gonna have to bear with it for that one. All right. Shall we talk about Tag League first and then go into Super Wars?
I guess that would make sense. Tag League kind of was it concluded last night. Technically, only the finals have been up since we discussed since we started the podcast. So we only have the finals to go off of, I think.
Yeah, but we basically have the entire tournament and the finals, with the exception of a few matches from the final day.
Right.
Overall thoughts over Tag League, the teams, the booking, and what was your kind of standout match or two?
I thought this year's was about on par with last year's. I thought last year's was also pretty strong, and I think this year's was also pretty strong outside of Kids one-man carry team. I think Momo Oz to me was, again, even on the kind of a mark for Momo, right? I thought they kind of had the solid performances in every match, whereas I feel like Tam and Mina had some really good performances, but then on the smaller matches, they had a lot of really kind of phoned in, kind of their performances, like very underwhelming matches, which was to be expected, right? When you're facing like Hina and Rina and stuff. But
you're only going to be able to do so much with them, right? Yeah,
right. I feel like that was probably the weaker end when you face those weaker teams like Starlight and her tag partner, and Hanan and Rina. But I thought the tournament as a whole was good. I feel like if Julie was in it, I feel like it'd be a notch above, right? Because you'd have more to do with the teams. Mahime Point was also a team I liked, though they didn't get close to winning, unfortunately. I felt less invested in Aphrodite this go round, but I think it's because they've been around for so long at this point, or they feel like they've been around for so long that I felt like I didn't feel like they were going to win, and didn't think that they needed to win because they'd already kind of done so much with them. And Tommy's already champion, and I feel like Kamatani's going to be the white belt champion soon.
Well, with her Eaton Falls, she certainly doesn't feel like she is.
Hey, you never know. You turn this shit around. I mean, Tam was Eaton Falls and stuff before. Remember how many times she lost to Julia before she won the belt?
Yeah, but that was just one person. That wasn't in many. Well, you're not going to pin Utami, to be honest. Let's be fair.
You're not pinning Utami. That's not happening. I just feel like the tournament was great. Koguma has improved a lot. Her and Mina, I think I noticed a lot of their improvement throughout the tournament.
Dude, Koguma herself said
especially.
she's lost like 36 pounds or something crazy, and
Like, was it 15 kilos or something? She had tweeted about.
I thought it was like 18 kilos.
Oh, she tweeted like 15.
Okay, I thought it was a little more than that, but yeah, she's faster. She's more smooth in the ring. All the rust is gone from years away.
She just needs better
She
gear.
has looked great in Tag League. She's looked great in high speed exchanges, whether it's with Natsupoi, Azumi, Starlight Kiddo. Yeah, I really got to give props to Koguma. She's put in the work, she's put in the time, and it's really paying off for her. She looks great.
Also, her neat little gimmick that she had throughout the tournament, at least with the two Cosmic Angels members, was stealing their parts of their gear. She stole Mai's hair band thing, and then she stole Unagi's glove.
Surprisingly enough, the Mai Sakurai with Unagi team exceeded expectations. The Waka Lady C team was surprisingly fun to watch for me.
A whole lot of fun. Lady C's gotten a lot better.
Yeah, she's really coming around into her second year now. She just had her first year anniversary, I think, recently.
She did recently, yeah.
And Waka, I mean, you want to talk about ice ribbon type body type there. She's got them shoulders, and she's beginning to lay things in, and she's getting really comfortable in a Stardom ring, and it's showing.
I love it. It's great. Again, Mina's just really goddamn good. She's definitely my most improved this year. I feel like that without question now.
Okay, buddy.
She's gotten so good.
Okay. I think Tag League this year was better than last year because the teams have had more time together. They're like, everyone's better in ring, and it really stood out to me during a lot of matches in this. And I think the MVP team for me was actually Mayu and Marine, the Blue Marine.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about them. Yeah, they were very good. Like, I think Rin has sort of settled very well into her role in Stardom. I definitely think she's going to get signed whenever they decide to kill off Marvelous.
Yeah, I was super impressed with watching that team. Each and every matchup they had was very intriguing, how it was going to unfold, and the standout match to me was something I put in my top 15 tag matches of the year. And that was Blue Marine Mayurin against Dream H Tam Mina on November 6th from Otsu.
That was a good match.
It went to a draw. It got feral at the end of it all. I thought the drama was great. I thought the booking behind it was good. I thought the overall booking of this tournament created a lot of drama and intrigue for who was gonna win and how they were gonna go to a draw if that was gonna be the case. And this was an example of utilizing the draw right. It built further into Mina Tam. It built further into Tam and Mayu. It even created more friction between Mina and seemingly everyone who's associated with Marvelous.
Oh yeah, it's kind of funny how that works. Right? She's just beating them all up and everything, and gets very. Because she did the same with Maria, and did the same here with Rin. I like it. It's good. I also like the post match with her and Tam, where she's constantly trying to grab the belt and look at the belt.
Oh yeah, and she's getting real close to it. When Shuri Micah, I thought so Micah dealt with the arm injury, and they ran an injury angle with her, which I thought was pretty rad, and it played into the Momo story, which Momo Oz and Starlight had things going on. They really accomplished a lot during Tag League this year, with multiple story angles, with multiple builds to multiple big shows and main events. I just have nothing but praise for what they've been able to do over the last just 2.5 weeks for this tournament. The matches all delivered. It's very rare. Like, if you would have asked me a couple of years ago how would I have felt about undercard Tag League matches in Stardom, I wouldn't have given them a second thought. I would have happily skipped through them. But even watching something like Saki and Death with the Tokyo Sports Magazine and them running amok on the undercard was very fun. I definitely had a great time watching all of this unfold, and Hazuki and Koguma, I thought, was the right team to win against Momo Oz. You kept Momo Oz strong. That plays into a further story with them losing in the finals. How Queen's Quest is Imshlam. They're in the mud. They can't.
Except for Utami.
Yeah, with the exception of Utami, but Looks like it sure feels like she might lose the title. Who knows? But Momo can't get anything going for her. Azumi is high speedless right now. Kamitani's eating pins. Oedo Tai is running RED throughout this promotion. They want another member. The storyline continues with them just trying to eat up everybody. And then you had...
I like the ending. So the ending promo with Starlight Kid and Momo was very good. I like the exchange, and then the crowd reaction to Starlight Kid was you could tell the look on her face. She didn't expect it because she usually gets a lot of crowd reaction, and to get like 5 people clapping for her was hilarious.
Yeah,
so
Momo, you've reached your peak in QQ. Do you agree? And there's like 2 people that clap.
she says that, but then she says Momo Oz has also reached its peak. She puts them both in the same. And I don't think she realized Momo Oz is a very popular team with the fan base because they've been around for so long and they're like sisters and people like them a lot together. And so it's, yeah, you guys have reached your peak. 4 people clap. And she kind of looks like, what? That's it? So I thought that was kind of funny. And I don't know. So the match is going to be for the December 18th show, the one before the big Sumo Hall show. And it's Momo versus Starlight. Loser goes to the other faction. And I have 2 minds with this. And I want to get your thoughts on it as well, I think. So if Momo loses, she goes to Oedo Tai, right? She's no longer the leader of Queen's Quest. She's now a member of Oedo Tai, leader to be determined, right now, right? I think, on one hand, I think it's good to freshen her up, and I think we thought Starlight Kid couldn't pull it off, and Starlight Kid's done it masterfully. I feel like Momo already has the basics to become a good heel with like the vicious streak that she has, and if she just taps into that full stop, I think she'll be a great, just vicious, silent killer heel. Be like what Konami kind of thinks she is, where she thinks she's a silent killer. But on one hand, I also can't help feel like it's a little bit of a downgrade because she goes from being a leader of a faction to just a member of a faction, and I feel a little little not happy about that idea. But story-wise, it makes sense for her to go to Oedo Tai, given that the very first faction versus faction loser leaves match involved Queen's Quest and Oedo Tai, and involved Momo beating Tam and mocking her for her leaving the faction. So coming full circle, Momo at her lowest point right now, having to go to Oedo Tai would make a lot of sense. What are your thoughts?
I could see any direction going booking wise at the Edion with Momo and Starlight, from a draw to a DQ to a count out to Momo losing. I do not see the right decision as Starlight with how she's been able to fulfill her role in Oedo Tai and basically making the faction in her image. I think it's been a home run. I think it'd be a mistake to do anything other than that. Did I say that right?
I agree on that.
You know what I mean.
No, I agree on that.
Now, we were talking in the Discord, and our buddy Mr. JPQ, he kind of was a proponent of the draw, and that this could lead to like a mask versus hair match situation, which I don't see that's something you build up for Sumo Hall. That seems like too short of a turnaround for a stipulation like that. But
I don't think it does.
If they go to the draw, and then they could hit that up in 2022 at one of the anniversary shows in January or March, then that feels like enough time to build up that stipulation. Sumo Hall's a big venue. They could certainly still do that. I'd be more of the mind to kind of wait a month or two after running another big angle at Edion. They could go any number of ways with this, and it's good. It's good that they're continuing to keep storylines away from titles and keeping people busy throughout the card in various ways. I'm very much for it. And like you said, Momo, basically since Utami's came into Stardom and been on her upward momentum train to the main event and this year-long reign, I mean, let's be honest, Momo certainly hasn't felt like a leader for quite some time.
No, she hasn't. But I feel like in the same way that Julia also doesn't feel like the leader, because sometimes you could think Shuri's the leader or like Micah, someone else takes lead. I always felt like it was like in a similar vein to that.
I don't know about that one.
I feel like Shuri is on the same par with her. And I thought that the same dynamic existed with Momo and Utami. But I feel like you could change things up with that. Momo definitely does need a bit of a direction change now. And I don't, not against the idea. I just feel like her tech one, the part of me kind of feels upset pulling away from Azumi because they're like sisters, and I kind of like them together as a team.
I think it's good.
You could very well take Azumi and just flip her to Oedo Tai as well. She already has the personality for it, and she also needs a new fresh coat of paint on her because she's hit her ceiling where she's at right now. She needs to do something to break that. But
I mean, if there's two factions that I thought needed a big facelift, it's Queen's Quest and Oedo Tai. I think they're a generation ago. If Starlight Kid, like I was very much of the mind Starlight Kid takes over Oedo Tai, makes it a new faction entirely in her image. She's kept the name, but it is definitely something a lot more fresh with her behind the reins. And I feel like Queen's Quest could definitely use the same facelift, and Momo leaving is definitely part of that.
All right, but to lightly go on your point of them not having enough time to do the hair match, I don't actually agree. I think this is a feud that's been built up since last year's Cinderella tournament. They've even referenced that and the B driver spot on her and everything. And a constant building thing, at least for the first part, it was on Starlight Kid's end. Starlight Kid was the one holding the grudge. Momo just didn't care.
I think it feels like two separate storylines to me.
Oh, it's the same story, and they keep referencing it. I saw a kid referenced it going into their 5-star match and going to the Cinderella last year as well. She kept referencing that you beat me in the Cinderella, and I've kind of held on to that. So they've constantly continued to keep that a thing because she didn't beat her in that Cinderella this year. She kind of knocked her over the top rope. She didn't pin her, and so it's constantly this thing where she beat her in the 5-star now. But it's went from being a one-sided grudge to a double. It's like they're both holding the grudge, and I think you can do that match. I don't think it's on the same level as the Tam Julia where the belt's involved and everything, where you have to have that be the main event. I think this could be a very good, like, third, fourth on the card match, hair versus mask. And they've already teased, or at least it seems like they're kind of teasing, if I could be reading in too much into it, with Starlight Kid without the mask, with her taking photos now with merch and things like that without the mask, just having the sort of face mask underneath. And then her even taking a picture in like the mirror with her in her wrestling gear with no mask and just the face mask, and saying, "Oh, look, no mask face," or no mask costume or whatever. And it feels like that's deliberate because I don't think she's ever done something like that where she takes a picture of herself in the gear without the mask.
Yeah, maybe you are reading too much into it.
I could be, but it's simply something they could be teasing, and I think we've always said that they won't do that, they won't do that, but we said that about her turning heel too, and she made it work, so.
Well, I definitely liked, just to kind of pivot into other topics here, I definitely like the Micah angle, taking her out. Shuri wants to kick some ass, so that gives Shuri Julia some Oedo Tai heat, and that really builds up at least something in my mind to the Koguma Hazuki title challenge. It's coming up next month. I believe it's next month. They're building that too.
Whenever Julia's back, I don't think they gave a date. Not that I saw, at least.
So Julia Shuri defending the tag titles. I think you take it off them, to be honest.
I think I might do that on like the 18th at that big December show.
Yeah, the Eddie on.
If you're putting the red belt on Shuri, you for sure take the belt off of them.
Yeah, that's of my mind.
If you're not, you're keeping the belt on them at least for a little while longer, I felt like. Because I don't know if FWC is the team I'd want to put the belt on. I can see them doing it, but if they're not going to put the belt on Shuri, I don't know if that's a team I'd put it on. But I don't know who else you would put it on, so I don't know right now.
Kawasaki Super Wars, I thought was a great show. It definitely met my expectations I had.
Speaking of Momo Starlight Kid.
Yeah, Mina Shirakawa defeats Maika and Sai Kamatani in a 3-way. Mina Shirakawa, great at 3-ways.
And Kamatani.
Donald Del Mondo, Himapoi, goes to a 15-minute draw with Koguma and Mayu. This was just great wrestling. This felt like an AJW match.
Natsupoi is awesome. Natsupoi is just, dude. I feel like because they've already announced a white belt 3-way match for the next big show, right? The winner shot the white belt, and I don't know, man. I'm of two minds. I can see Kamatani winning it, and I can see Poi winning it.
Who's the third person?
Really high on Poi, Micah, but I feel like Micah's going to skip the line. I feel like she's definitely going to get the red belt before the white belt. She gives me the Utami vibes where they're going to have her skip the line.
I don't know.
But I feel like
Starlight Kid Momo goes to a double countout, 11:50. They did high speedo, then they spills to the outside. Starlight Kid throws some fucking salt in Momo's face, and then they beat the fuck out of each other to a countout. Great angle.
Oh, I love this match. The entire match was just brutal. Like, I like how Stardom is doing this with their grudge matches now, where the wrestlers are going in and they're trying to hurt each other. Like, you get the feeling they absolutely despise the other person. Again, like the Tamayu thing with this as well. Momo was laying kicks in, like Starlight Kid was laying moves in, the spot with the salt, and then Momo snapped. That was the part I liked, that Momo got up and she just, I don't think I've ever seen her snap like that before. She snapped and immediately just started beating the fuck out of Starlight Kid, ripping at her mask, slamming her face repeatedly in the chairs, throwing her to guardrails, and she was losing it. And that's why I feel like if she goes heel, that's the side of Momo you tap into. That just, I'm going to destroy you by all means side.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I fucking loved it.
Good prospect.
Shuri defeats on the card.
It was your favorite?
It was my favorite match on the card. I loved every second of this. I watched it 3 times and I loved it each time.
It was third for me.
Of course.
Shuri defeats Azumi, 13 minutes, retains the SWA title, retains her contract. This was solid. No complaints.
It was a fine match, but I think the biggest thing that I got out of this was, man, Azumi has definitely hit a ceiling. She needs to do something.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've been talking about for months. Yeah.
Right, but this match really drove that home. Because I feel like she was always 2 steps behind Shuri. It just constantly felt like she was 2 steps behind Shuri. And I was just like, you're not at this. Like, I couldn't even physically believe her winning a singles belt at this point. And that's not good. I want her to do something. I get she likes the high-speed style, but she needs to break out of that. The high-speed style is holding her back.
Maybe some more submissions and getting them over would be a great help to her.
I would definitely do more for her, but the high-speed style is something Starlight Kid's almost given up on the style. She does it when she has the match, but she doesn't go so like strictly high-speed. She adds other elements to it. So Azumi needs to start doing that.
Tam Nakano, big match. Tam is here yet again against Breathe with the Eel, with a fucking katana coming out.
With the eel blade.
Okay, I was super intrigued heading into this. The build of Unagi continues. Her improvement continues. This vastly exceeded my expectations. Unagi has now busted out like New Japan Greatest Hits. She's throwing Blade Runners off the apron to the floor. She's doing Blade Runners off the top turnbuckle. She's doing Last of the Dragons. She's doing gory specials. Like, good God. It's like she's watched Jay White and Shingo, and she's like, I'm going to do those. Maybe that can win me a title. And Tam Nakano is just going, I don't think so. I'm Big Match Tam. I'm better than you. You are not ready for the burden of the white belt, Unagi-san.
Unagi-san.
Yeah, this was great. 21 minutes, 31 seconds. Who knew that Unagi had this kind of match in her and Tam was able to tell this kind of story? The selling of Tam coming off of that Blade Runner on the outside was fantastic. It really built into her kind of neck being injured, her head being rocked, and Unagi just trying to take advantage of that, and she's just not quite at that level yet. And Mina post-match fucking comes out, and we get another Tam stare. She's going, come on.
Yeah, the look she gave was like, really? Come on. Great. I thought it was fantastic. I really liked this match. Like I said, Starlight Kid Momo was definitely my favorite match of the show, but this would have to be my second favorite if I had to pick one. This match, I think it delivered on every expectation I had. I think I came in this match with higher expectations than I think most people did, because I thought, well, Naki's gotten really good and Tam's really good already, so surely this match is going to be like a 4-star match, and it exceeded that. 4.5 for me. I thought it was very good.
Yeah, I went spreadsheet on Tam Unagi, shockingly. World of Stardom title, big match Utami, big dick energy Utami here, taking on Hazuki.
Big red dick energy.
Like, good God. Utami in this bully role, with Hazuki in the underdog role, fit well for the match style they were going for. 25-24, great use of time. Hazuki got some incredible near falls in this, utilizing some high speed, some code reds, some La Mastra cradles. Everything they did and built up, I thought hit well. It peaked great. And Hazuki's a main eventer. She won Tag League shortly after this. They're keeping her strong. They're keeping her hot. I really liked the direction that they're going with. Shuri and Utami are on a dead heat with each other with some obstacles along the way. Utami's got Micah next. Shuri has Himika next, or Konami, depending if someone's ready.
Yeah, she has Konami next. They're redoing that. But on the Shuri thing, Himika came out and her line was, "You don't know if the person next to you is going to betray you," or something to that effect. Or you'd be concerned to the person next to you. I thought that was a very interesting line from her.
Yeah, Himika's ready to take on the role if Konami can't go. From a business perspective, it's kind of weird that they're really hanging on to this Konami match. I guess it means a lot to Shuri and Konami, and they want to keep good on that promise.
Probably does.
Yeah.
It probably does. As for Hazuki Utami, so I liked this match. I feel like the only thing that held me back, the only negative I have is, man, Hazuki definitely just still kind of feels like old Stardom in ways that I feel like it's gonna take time for her to get back out of that.
That's okay. There's plenty of time.
But she feels like which funny because it feels she's a bygone era, but that was like 2 years ago, so it's kind of funny to think of like that. But that's what she feels, because the style in this company has changed so much, and the skill level has gotten so much higher since when she was just a year ago. It feels like she's behind everybody by like a good mile. It feels like not a good enough mile she can't catch up, good enough mile where it's noticeable. And I think that was the only parts of this match that held it back, was like the boots and the kind of way she was trying to work the match. Felt like something you would see at a Cork and Hall match back in like 2018, 2019.
And that's okay. There's plenty of time for her to reach that level. And if Tag League was any indication, I have no worries about the direction Hazuki's going.
All right, and I think my favorite part of this match was after, which is the funny thing, because our buddy over there, Niagara Driver, called this as a spot that should happen. After she gets that really close 2.99 near fall, Utami pops up and just blasts her with a fucking lariat. Like, bitch, get down. Too close. I almost lost. Just hits her really hard with the lariat, and it wasn't until after that she finished the match. I thought that was awesome. Utami kind of like got beat up a little bit, kind of showed like as Hazuki kept getting more comeback spots and getting longer and longer stretches of offense in. I feel like Utami was kind of like in this mode where she had to start taking it seriously. Right? And when the minute she started taking it seriously, the match was over. I liked that as the story. Tommy is a big star. I don't know if anyone knows that, but her entrance with like the fire torches and the fucking music, and she's a star.
Yeah, they have a lot of arsenal to play with, and they're finally utilizing a lot of different booking methods. Whether it's the double count out angle on the show, they use the time limit draw before that. They're doing a lot that is representative of a major league promotion with new booking styles, and I really appreciate that. I think it's due to its roster size, there's definitely some limitations they got to work around, and perhaps they could definitely use some more bodies in there. I feel to kind of.
Oh, lucky for them, a promotion just died.
Well, yeah,
just grab people from.
Yeah, there's definitely some burden that can be released there, because one of the advantages of AEW has over Stardom, at least in booking, is just the sheer amount of talent that they have access to. And Stardom just simply has to work around that. And in a lot of ways, I think AEW's the promotion of the year from the promoting standpoint, but I think Stardom's the best booked promotion of the year.
See, I'm on the opposite of that. I think Stardom's the promotion they did because they maintained momentum throughout this entire. They didn't slow down once, whereas AEW had that small little stretch there where they were kind of in the mud.
Well.
Like that's the
whether
one,
it was the
thing
Cinderella
that puts them over.
Well, whether it was Corona kind of getting in the way of the Cinderella, or
even then TNT
booting AEW to Saturdays, there was a couple rough spots for each promotion. I think Stardom handled it a little better.
A lot better. I think the first show back after all the Corona stuff was immediately felt like they didn't miss a beat, which is something that AEW couldn't say because they had a whole entire month where they just put themselves in the mud.
Yeah. No TJPW talk. We kind of mentioned what they're doing later. Not much to discuss there. We're simply kind of spectators at that for now.
You are. I'm not watching this crap.
That's fine. But you have some ice ribbon to discuss that you want to get out of the way.
I do.
So I'll play the Kush's music for obvious reasons. All right, Kay. Skip City, and there was a Peace Party.
There was a 176 box show, and there's a Skip City. The Peace Party had Peace Party didn't have a whole lot. I think the Peace Party is coming up on the 17th, being Rina Shingaki's last one. It's kind of the one that'll be noteworthy to talk about, at least because it's her last Peace Party.
We're not doing spoilers for the Ota Ward show. This is all kind of the build for a lot of those matches, mainly the tag titles, Suzu and Sauriano taking on Azure Revolution, and Tsukushi gunning for her final crowning against the unbeatable Tsukasa Fujimoto.
Yeah, better than your favorite wrestler. So I'll start small because there's another small story that's been happening in Ice Ribbon that I think doesn't get that we haven't talked about too much. That kind of like them having a small thing for one, Yuki Mashiro. So Mashiro has had this thing, and this has been since the Aja Kong match, where she's frustrated because she feels like she isn't the wrestler. She's only winning matches and doing good because the people behind her, which in fact is the truth. But her acknowledging that and not being happy with that is kind of a nice little character turn for her. So she challenges Akane and Rin Yamashita to singles matches and calling it the Gotcha Gauntlet, right? So she faces Akane. We didn't get to see that match, but from all photos, she was serious Mashiro, and she bawled her eyes out at the end because she couldn't win. She lost, right? This time, in this 176 box show, she faces Rina Yamashita. And almost immediately, Yamashita kind of like isn't taking her seriously. And Mashiro is like serious Mashiro, which I thought was different from her, right? Because she's using the comedy gimmick and all that other stuff, right? I think the big takeaway I had from this was how creative she got, being serious but still keeping her comedy sort of moveset with the weird roll-ups and the eye pokes and stuff like that. She took that and made it into a serious style where she was being very creative. Like she was sliding. She'd have Yamashita kind of on her back, and she would slide under and poke her in the eyes. She would do the poke in the eye thing. It'd be blocked by Reina, and then she would use that to kick her in the leg and then roll her up. She was distracted by the eye poke, and then she would do it again, and then use the second hand to poke her instead. It was just very much a lot of really creative offense on her part that I thought. And she almost won a few times, but she ends up losing in the end, gets very frustrated post-match. She doesn't shake Rena's hand, gets very upset, walks out, and apparently backstage promo, she said that she was upset and that she wants to continue to prove that she's not useless Mashiro. And that led to her match at the Ota Ward against Makoto, who we haven't seen, but early on in her career, she was also called Useless Makoto because she wasn't very good. She was very not good, very unorthodox, and she wasn't seen as a good wrestler. Mashiro and her it feels like they're kind of draw a parallel between the two, and they have a singles match at Ota Ward that already happened, but I thought was a nice little story beat for one Mashiro, keeping her busy while the rest of her, it could like Suzu and other people are doing bigger things. But as you mentioned, the main event of this match was one of two Azure Resolution versus Suzutan Seireitan tag matches. This case involving Ibuki Hoshi and Natsumi on the other side. Ibuki Hoshi with Azure and Natsumi with Ano and Suzu, based off of the Ibuki Hoshi Natsumi match. I really liked this match, and I think the big thing I liked was Ano and Maya had some awesome exchanges. Holy shit! There was this one spot where Maya's going for her kick sequence, and Saori catches her leg and does the finger whack not on thing and goes to hit her and then gets caught in her cockiness and gets kicked in the head anyways. Thought that was great. Also, Maya just laying her kicks in on everybody just on another level with how she was just seemed like she was doing the Risa Sayre thing from when they won the belts, where she's just wrestling on out of her head for no reason. They're just being way too good.
I do want to comment right quick that watching that 176 box show and Skip City, it's very noticeable that the majority of the roster, if not everybody, while Kush, Momokogo, and Tsukasa were in Mexico, they were all resting up and getting in even better shape than they were. Everyone looked like they were in tip-top condition and ready to go for Ota Ward and going through the rest of the year heading into Ribbon Mania. Risa Sera especially looked like she's...
Pookie as well.
Yeah, they look like they Risa Sera, I want to say, has looked the best she has in a couple of years. She was just moving a lot better in the ring. She looked refreshed. So that month that they kind of took off and kind of took it easy and just stayed in basic ring shape, doing little dojo shows every now and again with the wrestle. What do they call that tournament? The
so Queen under 10 minutes.
Queen under 10 minutes that turned out to be a good little distraction. During that month off, everyone looked fantastic. I really like how they're keeping Ibuki in a prominent role coming off that Tsukasa match, so that goes further into the good booking of keeping her hot and another new star. And I like this little story they're telling in the undercard with a lot of the rookies debuting, Yappy and Kiku, and Asahi with her classmate. She's clearly corrupted to become a wrestler.
It's funny that you mentioned that because the little story came out about how she became a wrestler. I think it was like Suka asked her if she had any friends that wanted to be wrestlers because they're always apparently Ice was always out there recruiting people. Like Yappy said, when they have female fans and audience, they always try to get them to be wrestlers. Yeah. It's kind of funny. But she's like, oh, I don't have any friends that would like wrestling. And then she had one friend who she didn't know liked wrestling, found out she liked wrestling, and she went to Wrestle Circle, and she was like, well, I guess you're a wrestler now, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of cool. Kiku, mother of two, and has a husband, and married, and everything. Wrestling. The oldest person on the roster at, 44, 46? I can't remember which one it was.
She's going to get that middle-aged crowd.
Well, her whole thing is very cool, because she wants to be an inspiration for her kids, and apparently her kids are going to be at every show, or they've been at every show so far, whether she's debuted or not.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was kind of cool. They're also going to be there. Well, they were also there at the Ota Ward show and her husband, so that was cool. Also, Rina Shigaki in the semi-main won the Triangle Ribbon belt. I thought that was fine. Gold Watch run, whatever you want to call it. The Triangle belt kind of doesn't mean much. It's not a mid-card belt. I feel like I saw some people getting upset. Oh, how dare they put a mid-card, upper mid-card belt on her. That's not what this belt is. I don't think they even have an upper mid-card singles belt in Ice Ribbon. The Fantastic Ice belt is his own thing with stipulations and stuff, and seems to be something for the upper card wrestlers to be busy with while they're not wrestling for the tag belts or the Infinity belt. And the tag belts, I think, are the more secondary title. Like they're the main event level belts.
Yeah, it feels like the Austrian Underground title is of more prominence than the Triangle belt.
Yeah, they tend to pair them together sometimes. And same with the Fantastic Ice belt, which goes to the match on Ota Ward where the winner gets the belt and a chance to face for the Fantastic Ice belt.
Yeah, that's good.
I think Rina Shigaki winning it's fine. They kind of did the same thing with Tequila Saya. People tend to forget they did that too, where she won the belt last minute and held it until like the show before her retirement show. And
hell, they did it. They just did it with what's her face that retired in May.
Hiroe?
No. What was her name?
Oh, yeah. Matsui Uno. Yeah, they
did.
They did.
Yeah. They just did it with Uno in May. It's fine.
It's because I saw people freaking out. People who clearly don't watch Ice Ribbon, I guess, because they think this is a secondary title. It's not. Any belt that has a gimmick attached to it in this company is not a secondary belt. That's this and the Fantastic Ice belt. Those are other belts meant to do other things and serve other functions. They're not secondary belts for main eventers to move somebody up the card. That's not what they're for. It's not their purpose. I think it's her winning. It's fine. I don't think Totoro having it was meant to be long term, anyways. Thank God. No. But we move on next to the Skip City show, their Halloween show, also because they all came out in the first beginning half in costumes. Thought it was funny. Suzu dressed as Sayoriano in her old gear that surprisingly barely fit her, which was kind of funny. Because Suzu's too jacked for that gear.
Hell yeah.
It was evident from the pictures. Her arms, that gear made it so obvious. Her arms, her back, and her legs are just fucking ripped. Holy shit, Suzu's been hitting the gym. I thought that was great.
Well, yeah, that's what Ice Ribbon wrestlers do. They hit the gym. They work on that back.
The back and God, dude, Suzu's legs are like we talk about how Momo's legs are built and big. Suzu's right up there. Holy shit, her legs are just massive. But this match, this card was notable for just the main event, which was Ibuki Hoshi. Oh no, I got the wrong card in front of me. I got the right card in front of me. Ibuki and Sakushi versus Hamako and Tsukasa was fine. Right? I thought it was fun. Played on the Ibuki Hamako sort of rivalry / teaming of mother-daughter. Ibuki trying to get her first singles belt before graduating, I think is her goal now. Also going to the Tsukasa Sakushi, teasing all the big moves for them. I thought they did a very good job with that. But the semi-main was the big one that I wanted to talk about, because it's another Sayori and Suzu versus Hacha Revolution, this time with Mochi on the Suzu Sayori side and Miku Aino on the Risa Maya side. And again, Maya and Sayori Aino have these awesome-ass exchanges that I want a singles match with these two, like now, because they are such good chemistry. It's amazing. We even got a little bit of Maya and Suzu in this match as well, which just reminds you just how fucking great those two are together. Risa Serra also wrestled Suzu in something we've only seen like once, I think, now. But that was kind of cool. Miku Aino and Mochi seem to just kind of be there for spots. It didn't seem like they were much of a focus, especially Miku Aino with her new awesome ring jacket and gear. Just seemed to kind of be a background element. Same with Mochi. I am really excited to see the tag match. Just given these two previews, I feel like there's just no way that match isn't going to be like a tag match of the year candidate.
I'm excited to see this Auto Award show a lot.
Oh yeah, dude! I cannot wait.
Yeah, hopefully they make the right booking decisions.
Hopefully, neither of us were spoiled. Shocker! I know we're both spoiled, but I'm spoiled.
I'm only spoiled on one match. I'm only spoiled on one match. I don't know
the entire card.
I don't know how the tag title match is going to go. I can see it going either way. I'm really torn on which direction I want to lean towards.
I think the big thing that I've
see how I feel when the match is over.
Risa Serra's not retiring.
No, she's not.
No, she's on every poster for the next like 7-8 shows that they have posters for. Like, she's prominent. And the interviews they had going into the Oda Award, she had a interview where she's like she wants to break her own tag defense record, which I believe her and I forget who else and somebody else, another team, hold the tie for the most tag title defenses. I think it's like 7 or 8. And she wants to break that defense with Maya.
Okay.
She feels like her team with Maya is the best.
Usually when people say that, they end up losing like their next defense.
Well, yeah, I guess maybe you're half right on that, right? Because I feel like that doesn't always happen. But I think it's kind of cool that she made that a goal. And I think if they beat Suzu and Sayori, that's like their first defense, one of those two. So they've got a long road to go. So she's not retiring. Thank fucking God.
Not yet, anyways.
Oh, she wrestles forever. Aja Kong could do it. Why can't Risa Serra?
Well, speaking of Aja Kong, it's time to get into the retro.
Yeah.
And it is time for, I guess, our All Japan Destiny podcast section as we get into the retro. Is the retro stuff of the podcast. Here we are, Kay.
Yeah, AJW, the good shit.
It was a lot of good shit on this show.
There was. A lot of violence, too.
Yeah, excellent violence. I really like this. And you could actually find the full versions on, like, Bilibili. If you're familiar with that site.
Oh, yeah. For a second, I was trying to figure out where you were going with that.
Yeah, so Bilibili is a Japanese Daily Motion type site, and
right. I think it's Chinese.
Is it Chinese?
You're wrong. I think it might be.
I don't know. All I know is that if I type in matches through a Google Translate into Japanese and then search on that site, you can kind of find almost anything.
And what do I know? I just thought it was a Chinese site. I don't even have any idea.
I don't know. It could be Taiwanese for all I know. But
could be.
I was able to find the full versions of the Kyoko Inoue Bull Nakano match, the full version of the Shimoda Yoshida versus Hasegawa Malenko tag match. And then we basically saw the entire Jungle Jack Toyota Yamada tag on the classics.
Yeah, I pretty much saw the entire thing. Yeah. Was there any? Did you? Was it better that they cut those portions down, or was it better that they didn't?
I'm kind of in the middle on it, where I could live without it. It wasn't incredibly boring, where you wouldn't miss out on anything, or it wasn't so bad where it needed to be cut, but it also wasn't so great where you felt like you missed anything.
So it's pretty fair to cut that out then, I think.
Yeah, I didn't have an issue with it. It's just a streamlined match because the classics, everything is an hour, and then when you got 3 matches that go 20 minutes, or 2 matches that go over 20 and then one goes 37, you only have a finite amount of time in that classic episode. But I didn't regret watching it. If anything, I thought the Kyoko Inoue Bull Nakano match was the weakest of the 3.
That's interesting because I think what we got of the match I thought was actually pretty good.
Yeah. I really wish these classic episodes would stop throwing Akemi Torisu on my screen.
They want you to get her own. She's getting over, man. They want you to know that.
The sooner she retires, the better for my enjoyment.
She lost weight. Apparently, in this one, she lost a lot of weight. It looked like she didn't look like the giant boulder walking to the ring.
Well, I wish I could say she lost skill as well, but that's as low as it goes.
She never had skill. She never had skill to begin with. You can't lose what you don't have.
She's less lumbering, so I guess that's a positive.
She kind of moves a little bit faster by going like -5 miles an hour to like 5 miles an hour.
Well, she's no longer going backwards, if that's what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah. So we're at March 20th, 1992. Cork and Hall show from All Japan Women. This is the classics where you can find on Puroso Dream, aired on Samurai TV. It's episode 56. As I'm kind of going through All Japan Women Destiny, getting it all caught up for that side of the podcast, which you can listen to kind of our old audio, catch up. Maybe there's some new things I throw in at the beginning of the podcast, because now we're firmly in where you came onto Red Leaf Retrocast proper era, and your audio is now up to snuff.
Yeah, my audio is I'm not recording off of my cell phone anymore.
Yeah, very, very much appreciated. From 89 when we had the retirements, and then into 90 where they were struggling to try to just get anyone over other than Bull Nakano. From what we saw in 1991, where now we have Kyoko Inoue's over, Manami Toyota, Toshio Yamada have their rivalry going. Aja Kong and Jungle Jack are just firmly entrenched as tag champions. What is your heat gauge? I'm really into that kind of that phrase lately. In
thermostat gauge.
Yeah, how high is your thermostat on your feeling for where All Japan Women currently are and where they've come since 91, just a few months into 1992?
I think where we're at currently right now, I think we're at the very start. I like to think of the third boom. The first boom was in the 70s, the second, the 80s, and this is the third one, the one that people remember. So I think we're starting to get to the beginning of that, because we have Aja Kong, who's red hot, and I was incorrect thinking that. I thought she had won the belt in spring. She wins the belt at the end of this year, but I feel like Bull's kind of where she's kind of peaked at where she's at. You got Toyota, who you're trying to build up. Same with Yamada. I think we're right at the beginning of the boom. I don't know if I'd say it's as big. I think it's more fondly remembered by people, especially us over here in the West, as we more fondly look at this era, because this is the era I think most people would check out AJW with the Manami Toyotas and Hokutos and stuff like that. I feel like they never hit the highs of the 80s, and I don't think the 90s even touch where they were with the Crush guys. And the crowds don't even sound anything the same like they did in the 80s. You don't get the raucous cheering for anybody, and you don't get the constant buzzing coming from the crowd either. It's also kind of a noticeable difference. It's a very different audience too. If you just look out in the crowd, a lot more men, a lot less women. It's very interesting kind of seeing where they're at now. But I think where everyone's at currently, as we know historically, they all sort of rise up Manami Toyota becomes the GOAT. Aja Kong cements herself as this big, larger-than-life monster. Budokan leaves and goes to CMLL or AAA, I forget which one.
CMLL.
So, CMLL, and Kyoko Inoue kind of has her ascent to the top. Ota stays at the bottom where she belongs. I think we started seeing all that. Also, notable, we're only, at this point, 1 month away from the relaunch of JWP. They had just split and closed down this month, the timeline.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because one of my thought processes did involve the JWP split, and as you know, on the Patreon, Red Leaf Retrocast, you can sign up, $5 tier. I'm doing the LLPW reviews, and for the remainder of 1992 is Kandori and Company really trying to get something going on their end. And it involves a little excursion, if you want to call it, into the AWA territory, with some questionable folks over in Minnesota. And then
one Jim Cornette.
yeah, and then throughout the summer, it's a lot because that's, well, not shockingly falling through, is Kandori and JWP are kind of allocating funds, if you will. They're trying to reestablish because they lost, half, the roster split. So now you have to reestablish and establish stars. And give me your thoughts on this, because LLPW had a hell of a time trying to get buzz and I don't want to use the word heat for it, but get some sort of momentum and attention behind them, and because Kandori just couldn't really do it alone, and as much as I love Eagle Sawai and Rumi Kazuma and company, they weren't that big of stars comparatively to be able to get that buzz around them, so they really struggled just getting that money, because you can see on kind of old LLPW DVDs when they were first starting that they're really trying to. They're hitting the streets. They're peddling tickets. They're doing like free autograph sign. They're doing everything they can to just kind of fill up the first Korakuen show. That I was able to find old articles that they were trying to get that Korakuen as early as April here, but they weren't able to cement even enough tickets down, so it kept getting pushed back until about that November time frame.
Yeah,
and that's and. What have you learned or seen from JWP around this time as well?
So the interesting thing is they had two giant things working against them. Their style, be more shoot style, and that kind of falling out of favor with a lot of fans. Yeah. LLPW. But I think the bigger one, and I think you kind of touched on a little bit, all of the big names that were in JWP, Dynamite Kansai, Mayumi Ozaki, Kyuji Suzuki being the big one, they stayed in JWP. Like when Kandori left, she literally just took Eagle Sawai with her. That was kind of the only big deal that she took with her from the company. And Eagle Sawai, as much as they were building her up as the big heel, she was always the secondary heel to Devil Masami, who stayed in JWP. So they always had a lot of that working against them, and I don't think they ever really recovered from that, because they never really established anybody. Like, if you think about all the big names that came out of LLPW, they pale in comparison to JWP, Gaia, and more importantly, AJW, right? And you mentioned the Korakuen stuff, right? Another interesting little tidbit, probably why they struggle to get tickets or struggle to get their event going, is unlike today, where you can rent Korakuen then sell tickets.
Right.
At this point, AJW was pretty much the only Joshi company running it on a regular basis. And so if you wanted to run it, you had to prove that you could at least sell enough for them to feel like you warranted having a slot taken that they could have given to AJW. Another company. So you had to have those tickets up front, otherwise you were not going to get the venue. And I think it was by some luck that they even got LLPW to get enough to get that Korakuen show.
You know what was the major factor in LLPW getting off the ground by getting those tickets sold?
Well, Kandori, but what else?
Norio Tateno.
Sure about that?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure, because it was shortly after her announcement with LLPW that the tickets sold.
I get it. I think they used a lot of the former member of Jumping Bomb Angels as a selling point. Kinda
that was the
piggyback
huge
off of it,
factor.
yeah.
So I'm glad you brought up JWP. They still had Kansai, they still had Ozaki, Cutie Suzuki and company, even Plum Mariko. As I was finding more articles over this era, this early '92 to late '92 time frame, where there was so much movement in the women's wrestling industry, because also in America on the western side, Medusa is now in this like seemingly relaunch of the women's division in WWF. They're kind of in the works for a lot of that. Alundra Blaze is what she ends up going by. So there's just a lot of interesting movement here, and when we're looking at this card, this is a huge turning point, I think, for that next stage for AJW, because from 1990 to about this point, even though we got a lot of good wrestling, good matches, strong built main events, Jungle Jack and the split of Gokuman Toe was a very hot storyline to really get this promotion back pumping some blood. We're now seeing, especially from this Korakuen show here, crowds are back for AJW, which is something back. We definitely saw them struggling with for a good year and a half with that fan change over time, which was really kind of cool to see in context and over that time frame.
Yeah, also I think it goes without mentioning, because we noticed that Jaguar Dakota was on commentary, and I think in certain shows, Chigusa Nagaya and Linus Asuka on commentary. They are desperately trying to hold on to those people, because they are afraid that, like Devil Masami leaving, that if one of them left, it would make it harder for them. They would have to actually start competing with JWP, as opposed to like not taking them as seriously like they have been doing this to this point. They would have to actually start trying to compete. And I don't think the Matsunagas were keen on spending the kind of money that they would have needed to compete if, like, say, Chigusa left, because they would that'd be pretty bad, as we saw when she started Gaia. That was like, oh shit, everyone just going over there now. Okay, Jesus.
Yeah, it's a really cool, interesting facet of how, and it's not just the Joshi world where that massive change from the 80s to the 90s were felt, because you look at wrestling throughout the industry, whether it's New Japan, All Japan, and the Jim Crockett era has now moved on to the WCW era. And you just see a lot of wacky shit going on over there. And let's face it, there was a huge cultural shift from the 80s to the 90s throughout the world. And wrestling is super interesting to follow from how that change affected them and how you look at it. And in a lot of ways, even though technically we didn't see as big a boom in AJW from the 80s, here in the 90s, it's much more well regarded, at least here in the West, with the higher work rate. I think it definitely had a much more robust roster in terms of in-ring ability. The style changed with the times, which I think is very important as you go through any era of wrestling.
And stuff. So I had like cage matches and more weaponry field matches, which was more inspired from the combination of the sort of popularity of FMW, as well as the ECW Attitude Era sort of influence that they were seeing across the seas. Because some of them, at least a lot of the promoters, it seems like were actually watching the Attitude Era because they were popular, and a lot of those wrestlers were also coming over to Japan whenever they did tours. So it was very much trying to capture that. You can, whether it's good or not, is up for debate. I think Gaia probably did it the best because they were just no nonsense about it. They were more hardcore and in your face about everything. With those sort of deals, it was more of a stiffer promotion, it felt like. AJW trying to dabble into that was always the weird thing, and it kind of alienated some of their fans, even so early on as the Bull Nakano Japan cage matches. I think we'll see a few more later on where the fans start sort of not liking things. I don't think that's part of the downfall, but I do think that's something that I've at least come across in sort of researching that was very interesting to see, that fans were not too keen on people getting put through tables, at least for the AJW.
Well, it's not what the audience was trained to enjoy and like.
The audience was different. Again, a lot more men. So what are they there for? They're not there for the hulking monsters. Like Aja Kong was popular, but she wasn't popular with the men as much as she was the women. What little that they still had of those fan base. The men wanted Manami Toyotas and Hokutos, the beautiful women, and so they don't want to see the beautiful women they're buying merchandise from go through tables. Also kind of a problem that we see even nowadays, reach into nowadays in terms of the Joshi scene.
So let's start off with this card. This is their March 20th show, Saint Battle Day. Very, it's an annual.
Means to take that name.
it's their annual kind of St. Patrick's Day show, just kind of on that day. It's called Saint Battle Day. We start with there was a match prior. I got the whole card here, so we can kind of go through it.
Ooh,
yeah. Kaoru Ito and Miori Kamiya defeat Etsuko Mita and Shiho Nakamagawa. There's a name.
Nakamagawa. Okay. I have never heard that name.
Me neither. Okay, let's click on her name. Let's see what comes up here for fun.
She had like a storied career for like 10 years or something. Like we found out a certain person, like Yuki Lee had like a 9-year career.
Also known as Shiho Tsubaki, retired in 2016, a 25-year career. K.
Well, shit. I'm pretty sure I've probably seen her on some kind of old like Diana posters or something, but I have not heard this name before.
Well, I'm looking at Cage Match here, and it looks like she retires shortly after this match, and then comes back for Taka Michinoku's promotion K Dojo in 2008.
Oh yeah, she goes back for the illustrious K Dojo that like died in a couple years after that, I think, right? Did K Dojo die in like 2012?
Well, something like that. And then she showed up at a YMZ show in 2015. So yeah, obviously everyone knows about this woman. Maybe she had a
YMZ big league promotion.
Yeah, I'd like to think that Cage Match is incredibly accurate, and we must take everything that's on there as gospel. So clearly, she didn't wrestle from '92 to 2008.
clearly, what she actually probably did. It wasn't documented because it didn't matter. She didn't do anything.
Okay. AJW Junior title, so your future junior title match here. It's Yuki Lee against Akemi Torisu.
Terrible Sue.
A time limit draw, 10 minutes. This is atrocious. Don't bother.
Akemi Torisu is just as terrible as her name.
Yeah. And the next two matches I was able to find, also on Bilibili, it is Suzuka Minami and Yumika Hota defeats Bat Yoshinaga and Tomoko Watanabe, 10 minutes.
That was terrible. Jesus.
It's as bad as,
and Bat?
Yeah, it's as bad as you can imagine. Tomoko and Suzuka Minami were able to kind of string something together, but not very good.
And it doesn't sound like that's classics worthy.
It did not make the classics, and I'm glad for it. Akira Hokuto defeats Takako Inoue, 6 minutes, little on the short side. Wasn't really able to get much going there, but there was a couple good sequences. Akira Hokuto wins. Not something to go out of your way and watch, I'll admit.
No, but the interesting thing we're probably going to start seeing on the sort of topic of Hokuto is, I believe it's 93. I could be slightly mistaken, but it's like around 93 that she starts going part-time.
Yeah, the injuries start really piling up on her.
Could be a little mistaken with the year, but I do know in 93 she wasn't full-time wrestler because she wasn't a full-time wrestler by the time they hit the Big Egg in April of November of 94.
Well, I mean, it's very much on record that the AJW schedule was very harsh. A lot of shows, a lot of wrestling. They'd split the roster in half so they can do double the shows. And the expectation of the wrestlers was you must go every single match. And
there's no slowdown. There's no like Stardom does with their house shows where they kind of don't put in like the full like match quality. They don't put in all the effort. Someone take a night off. They didn't do that in AJW. They weren't allowed.
It's very rough time. Very high expectations. There's a famous quote from both Jumping Bomb Angels when they went over to America, and they were relieved that they didn't have to go hard every single night, which is really funny because when you watch them wrestle in the WWF against the Glamour Girls, that it looks like they're still going hard.
Yeah, it's nuts, right?
Yeah, so their idea of going hard was just, we'll hit our drop kicks and have fun.
We won't take any massive bumps, though, which they didn't.
Yeah. No, it was good. It was good. And Akira Hokuto and in a way just definitely like took this opportunity to be like, all right, we're having the night off, brother. Debbie Malenko, Saki Asagawa. This was them defending the Japan tag titles against Mariko Yoshida and Mima Shimoda. 23 minutes, 15 seconds. This is what we were talking about, where it kind of cut to the last 7 minutes of the match where things picked up a lot. And it was a standard tag match for a good chunk of it. There was some cool things between Saki Asagawa and Mariko Yoshida. Back with her shoulder pads. I was devastated.
Yeah, she's back with the Prince Vegeta shoulder pads.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of these shoulder pads, but I do like making fun of them. Yeah, they had the best sequence there, but Debbie Malenko is so out of... I don't want to say she's out of place because her style is definitely AJW. It's just her look, and she's very Tennessee. She very much stands out as the Gaijin.
Oh, definitely. And there's like some points that, at least not in... I don't think I saw it in this match, but I'd imagine there's some points in the full match where she looks a little lost.
I don't even know if she's actually from Tennessee, but she sure looks like it. Where's she from, technically?
From Texas.
She said, I mean, it says she was born in Orlando. I don't believe that.
Oh, hey, there's some Cowboys in Orlando.
It's like me, born in Utah, raised in Texas.
How does that work out?
Parents moved. That's how that works out.
Just how do you go from Texas to Utah?
You go from Utah to Texas, buddy. Come on.
So how do you go from the Mormons to the alcohol and gun state?
You act like guns are only in Texas. I saw the most guns of my life when I was living in Michigan.
Well, that makes sense. Did you go to Detroit?
No, I was in Upper Michigan, like closer to Minnesota.
They probably had a lot of guns just in case Detroit decides to escape Detroit and go to other cities.
Yeah, Detroit was like 10 hours away, buddy. I wasn't even close.
I mean, listen, if you drive through Detroit, which I've done twice
I've
at
driven
least,
through Detroit. It's an American city, like any other.
It looks like a third world country. It's like, of course, everyone has guns. You would want to drive through there without a weapon in your car at some point.
Your labeling is on key here. Dude, Utah's a nice state. Yeah, your labeling. Oh, Utah Mormons. Oh, Texas guns. Oh, this, that.
I mean, hey, it's what they're for, right? It's what they're known for.
Oh, no. That's what you think they're known for.
Texas is definitely known for guns.
Texas is known for a lot of things. Guns is just part of it.
Guns is one of them.
Guns is America. I don't know where all this labeling comes from, especially living... We're getting off topic here. What did you think of Debbie Malenko and Saki Asagawa as a tag team?
I thought the match was fun. I thought, like you said, it was a very standard match. There wasn't really a whole lot to write home about. I aside from us getting confused with the belts for a split second there, at least I did.
Sure, yeah.
I thought they were the 3WA belts, but they weren't until they showed them finally.
Yeah, I kept telling you, like, they're not 3WA tag champions. The Jungle Jack are.
I saw like the side of it, and I was like, those when did they win the 3WA belts? And he's like, no, Jungle Jack has those. Yeah, but those are definitely the 3WA belts. And then they showed them and they looked at them. I was like, oh, okay, never mind, no, they're not.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to have two titles with similar plates and black straps.
They look really similar. That's why it's like yeah, maybe you could get rid of one of them or change the strap.
Yeah, maybe.
But it was just a standard tag match. It wasn't a whole lot to write home about.
Bull Nakano defeats Kyoko Inoue. 24 minutes and 16 seconds this went. I didn't like this very much.
We didn't get that much of it.
Well, I saw the whole thing, but we saw, I don't know, on the classics, what would you say, 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes is about what I was going to go with. I thought the match was great for what we saw of it, but it sounds like you saw the whole match and it wasn't as good as the last 10 minutes were.
Well, it's a lot of Bull Nakano kind of wandering around the ring and Kyoko Inoue just selling, and every once in a while she'll fire up and get blasted by Bull Nakano. It was a very just one-sided lumbering match for a great majority of it.
That sounds bad. It sounds like we got the only part of the match that was any good then.
Yeah, so I think the classics were deceiving on at least what I think the match was at the end. I don't know what this match was for exactly. I know it's trying to build up Kyoko Inoue further. Yeah,
because we don't have any. I don't think we have any concrete details on if the Gokumen toe is split? Because these two were a team like a couple months back.
It sure seems like it's split because Bull Nakano and Akira Hokuto were tagging in Tag League, and Inoue and Yamada were tagging. Now that's like split, so we're definitely missing some context here of what led to this match. But from what I could tell, this is Inoue being built up for a main event. She's not quite there yet. There's of course the internal story with Gokumon To that we've kind of gone into, and them finding different tag partners for Tag League. But I mean, this is at the end of March here. I don't know. It's a big match.
It's a bit odd.
I mean, it's a big match.
To have it, I think. I thought it was a bit odd to have it if that's the case. I think it's like what you said. It's for to build Inoue up, but build up for what? She doesn't win anything, at least that I can remember, major within this year. Maybe she wins the white belt? I don't remember anymore. Top of my head, at least.
I think this was kind of her big singles test to further be up the card, and this is kind of... She already
had this hits Bull. She already faced Bull for the belt and lost.
Yeah, and this is kind of a rematch to get up that and add something to the card. I'm sure there was a lot of fans that were excited for the prospect of it, and if Inoue could beat Bull, then that could lead to a title match down the line. Perhaps I get
what you're saying.
Yeah, perhaps this is a big match that they could plug in for some house shows on the tour they could be building. There's a lot of things that you could kind of point to why this match happened. But my feelings was the match just wasn't very good. It was very slow. Bull Nakano I don't know. It didn't look like anyone was dealing with injuries. And
yeah, but we know Bull is like walking around with injuries, like kind of like Hokuto, with the fact that she's just constantly banged up.
Yeah, well, I mean, everyone's banged up. It's wrestling. If I was to kind of put some maybe theory on where we're heading, with clearly the goal is Aja Kong Bull Nakano, and as we find out, the tag champions have other plans. Maybe this is a way for Kyoko Inoue to be pushed aside, as Aja Kong's going to fill this top end role, and she's going to go. She's gone through her time gunning for the top, and now it's time for Akira Hokuto to be there, and a number of other talents. And I think we're going to start to see Kyoko Inoue kind of slide into a tag role going for the tag titles.
I can totally see that. I think that would make more sense for her right now, given that she's on the back burner. She's not winning the belt, and I don't think she challenges for it again. Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think her singles time is kind of over. I'm not familiar with where the All Pacific Championship lies. They always seem to throw that to the side. It's definitely like the
who has the belt?
It's like the fourth most important title.
It's kind of weird. It's held up and regarded as a great secondary belt, but Jesus Christ, they sure don't treat it like it, do they?
Bison Kimura has it, I believe.
They come out with it.
Well, let's see here.
It's like we don't see it so often. I often forget who even has the belt.
Yeah, yeah, that constantly happens to me too, because you don't see the matches. Let's see here. We're March 20th, 1992. Let's see.
I think Stardom books their white belt.
Bison Kimura Bison Kimura is still currently champion, and there we go. I see something that happens in June. Kyoko Inoue wins the title. Spoiler.
Okay, see, I couldn't remember if she'd won the white belt in this year. I guess why I was very unsure, because I didn't think she won anything. Okay, I guess that would make sense why she's having this bull match now.
Yeah, it's gonna cycle her down to that second tier level, and that's where she's gonna be. So there you go.
Her entire career until 1996, but she finally wins the big one, and the company nosedives.
Yeah, and I kind of see where things are heading with the All Pacific title. This is kind of where Kyoko Inoue is going to be for quite some time. So she's second tier.
We won't be seeing all the classics. What you're trying to say? Because
I hope we see some of these All Pacific titles. And now I'm curious to see because I mean, AJW has never been shy about kind of doubling up people with belts. I mean, Bison Kimura, tag champion, All Pacific champion.
A main event, we'll see somebody or two people get doubled up. So
yeah, well, I'm very curious for Akira Hokuto and Kyoko Inoue's role going forward throughout the rest of 1992, especially in terms of kind of the tag division, because I'm very excited where that is. So maybe it being fourth was an understatement, but that's just how it feels, because we just rarely ever see it. We don't know if this title ever exists. The title matches are few and far between, like a boxing title, which they all are, which I'll have more to say over the Joshi 2010s, how I feel about that.
Ooh.
Found on the Patreon or the free feed if you want to wait a few weeks over at Big Egg
Joshi Podcast. Yeah. I think it's kind of weird because, again, like me, you, and everyone else, kind of, at least most people, tend to regard the Off Pacific belt as this like well-regarded belt. And sure, some big names held it, but it doesn't seem like the company seems to treat it like it's the big belt. At least not with the Classics, they don't.
Well, the Classics sure feels like it's fourth.
I mean, honestly, I made the comment a little bit ago, but I feel like Stardom books their white belt better. But
it's way better.
Not. Sure. I mean, I think they're.
I think Stardom's white belt is one of the best belts in Joshi.
Yeah, I think the red belt and the Ice Cross Infinity belt are probably the most best booked belts in Joshi.
I'd put the
tag belts there too.
And then I'd kind of have I'd have a tie between the Stardom Goddess tag titles and the Ice Ribbon tag titles, and then it gets a little fuzzy from there. I guess the TJPW pop title, maybe.
No.
I mean, I'm putting that at like 7th.
I'm not even putting it at 7th. I feel like the fucking artist belts are booked better than that damn thing.
The artist belts have been booked very, very intriguing and interesting.
They serve a very specific purpose, they serve a very specific purpose, and they're done excellently well, which is something that they did not always been done for in the history of those belts. I think this is about the strongest they've been.
Main event. That's a good topic we can do on the podcast proper or something at some point.
Yeah.
Main event. Title versus title. Unification match, K.
Ooh, unifying belts. I like unifying belts.
Yes, the 3 WA tag titles. Jungle Jack, the Beasts, Aja Kong, and Bison Kimura. 3 WA tag title champions they are. Against Manami Toyota and Toshio Yamada. UWA
tag belts.
Tag champions over from Mexico that are totally not ripoffs of the WWF tag titles of the 90s.
No, I don't know what possibly give you that idea.
Nah, they have a Mexican flag on them. Way different.
They're royalty-free. Don't they have tag belts?
This is a match of the year contender for 1992.
Oh, yeah, it was great. Jesus. First, you had Aja Kong just kind of... no, that's the second fall that they start brawling on the crowd, right? I haven't remembered.
I mean, they brawl through the crowd. So if you watch the full 37 minutes, they brawl through the crowd, at least 2 people at some point, intermittently throughout the entire time in each of the 3 falls. Because, spoiler, 2 out of 3 falls matches always go 3 falls.
Yeah, right. It's kind of crazy how that works, right? It's almost like how you're supposed to book them, right?
You want to hear a theory I have?
Sure, shoot.
So I've been watching a lot of Lucha Libre. Especially because of the Observer Hall of Fame voting that's come.
Mr. Bigwig over here. Yeah, I got you.
I'm Mr. Big Shot. And I'm watching all these 2 out of 3 falls matches, how the UWA was integral in starting that, and how it carried over into AJW, because AJW was very much involved in a lot of CMLL and UWA type stuff back then. So it carried over into this promotion, and my theory...
How far back we talking? Because they were doing this way back in Beauty Pair and Black Pair, and that's like the 70s.
Yeah, Lucha Libre goes into it. I think UWA started in the 70s or early 80s or something, but the 2 out of 3 falls stip wasn't normalcy until AJW and kind of the UWA really started doing that a lot, and the timeline kind of matches up between the 2.
Yeah, because I remember Beauty Pair and Black Pair were like late 60s, early 70s, mid 70s, and they always had best 2 out of 3 falls matches, to the point where I think that maybe is what made them keep it the standard, because they got so much out of the crowd with those. Because
the UWA started in 1975.
Okay, so yeah, I think they might have done it beforehand. Then AJW, that is. I could be a little off on that though.
I'm when I was trying to line up the timeline, because this is where the theory kind of started, I think they all kind of came to the same booking patterns together with the 2 out of 3 falls matches. It just seemed too coincidental that when it started in Lucha Libre becoming popular, AJW also had it becoming popular in that same time frame.
Okay, yeah. So no, they debuted. Jackie Sato did one half of Beauty Pair in 75. So that would line up.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that cool?
I don't think I ever put that together.
Yeah. So the reason why I bring it up is with the Stardom and their crazy amount of You're the Draw that we've been super into, I think this could start to lead to a lot of 2 out of 3 falls matches. Especially in terms of tag wrestling, which I think would be really, really fun to do for big matches.
I feel like that would work for big matches, but then you would only be able to do them on big matches, because then the smaller ones, you don't want to overdo that for, like, I don't know. I mean, I can see them doing it, like you said, but I feel like the odds are they're not going to do that. They're just going to keep booking the way they've been booking, and I don't think 2 out of 3 falls matches are going to...
I don't know. I think bringing it back, I think bringing that style back could have... It could give you some juice and different booking strategies going forward. And
I think the thing that makes me think it won't happen is such a not. It hasn't been done for so long.
Well, that's why I think it's gonna happen, because it's been so long.
well, that's why I think it's not gonna happen.
Oh,
I think
come on, you don't like my bold theory? I think the bold theory is fun to talk.
I feel like your bold theory is a little off. I think you're out to the nut house on that one, man.
Tag League Finals should absolutely be a 2 out of 3 falls match. I think that'd be sweet.
No.
I think that would be sick.
Why would you wish that upon people? Because sometimes the Tag League matches aren't very good.
Are you kidding me? This year's Tag League has been great.
This year's Tag League and last year's have been the 2 best ones, but I mean, just remember the year prior to that. Fucking Toro made it.
Look, man, the talent is so much better than what it was 2 years ago, and congruently with AJW here, the talent is so much better than it was 2 years ago.
So you're saying this, and then watch when you eat your words when they have a Konami and Nascatora team make the finals?
Well, that can't happen this year now, can it?
It could happen next year, though.
Well, maybe they'll improve.
Toro improving. Okay.
So yes, this match was a match of the year candidate. This was fan-fucking-tastic. It went 37 minutes. The first fall was 11 minutes in. The second fall was 21 minutes in. And that third fall, 37 minutes. Oh, beautiful stuff. Manami Toyota and Toshi Yamada they're as good as bread and butter. They're as good as
they're brilliant.
They're as good as beer and bratwurst. They're as good as wine and a good red steak. I love this team. And Aja Kong and Baisuke Kimura. They have held these fucking 3 WA tag titles basically since December of 1990. They've had these suckers for basically a year and a half, with a couple little DQ vacations and whatnot. Shortly in between, but these have been their titles forever. And just as long as Bull Nakano has had that 3 WA title on lockdown, it is her possession. Jungle Jack
owns it.
Yeah, Jungle Jack have done everything they can to be the beasts of the East, if you will, for a Bam Bam Bigelow reference.
Okay.
Look, they are. It was just before we started this match where I realized, God, I could really use some fresh faces at the top of this tag division. And Toyota and Yamada, with Yamada getting a huge push right out of the gate, coming back from Mexico with Kyoko Inoue, and then Toyota kind of having what Kyoko Inoue role has been over the last year or so, having winning the Grand Prix, having chances at the top but not succeeding, not quite. Her falling into this role with Yamada, I think, is a perfect place for her at this point in time in 92.
Oh yeah, so you see what what I've been talking about this entire time. How I think this is the team that has the best chemistry I've seen in AJW. They play so well off of each other, and there's points in the match, I don't know if you noticed, where they're not even communicating, but they know what the other person is about to do.
Well, it helps when
and Yamada immediately runs over and kicks him in the head, like without even having to prompt
it helps
anything.
when they have wrestled each other in those singles matches for as long as they did and know what each other's going to do. They clearly have been doing a lot of house shows together in some form of fashion.
Clearly, yeah.
And the difference in styles versus a Kong and Kimura works so well for this match. Power versus speed, basically. And different kinds of speed. Toyota's a high flyer with a lot of speed, and Yamada's a striker with a lot of speed, while Kong and Kimura are just badass, powerful motherfuckers ready to blast you with lariats and spin and backfist your ass out of the air. Because they do a lot of that.
Nuts.
Because you look at the size difference. Kong is just wide, and Kimura is tall and beefy.
Yeah, no, there's a very big difference between the two. Also, on the note that they've held these belts for so long, I forgot who they took them off of, and swore up and down with you that I swear they took them off of Kyoko Inoue and Bull Nakano. Surely they took them off the fucking Marine Wolves, who haven't been a thing for like a long time now.
Yeah, that's how long it's been.
It was so long. I was like,
Hokuto
no,
and Manami haven't been tagging for ages.
I was like, surely they didn't take them off of they took them off of a more recent team. No, Marine Wolves. Jesus Christ. Also, worth note, this is, I think, the first time that we've seen on the Classics, not the first time it's happened, Manami Toyota finished somebody else off with the Japanese Ocean Suplex, or Japanese Ocean Cyclone Suplex, the JOC.
Yeah, that was fall
Bison
one.
with a pincer.
Yeah, that was fall one in Bison, and she didn't quite get her up all the way, but look, man, Bison Kimura, she is in phenomenal shape. Her shoulders are jacked. Her back muscles are just popping off the screen.
She gets more jacked, by the way. She
is a fitness machine. And then on the other side, you got Aja Kong, who's just this wide, well, can I say gorilla? Her name's Aja Kong.
You can just call her King Kong, because that's pretty much what she fucking is.
Yeah, it's just she pops in this match every once in a while and just
wrecks shit.
She just rolls someone over like a steamroller. It's awesome. Speaking of,
she's crazy. She went through the crowd at one point, and this is kind of getting a little ahead of the match, but she goes through the crowd after the first fall. So mad, she's tossing, I believe it's Yamada around, and then she just fucking goes down like a couple steps, grabs the barricade, lifts it, and walks through the crowd, almost hitting people in the head with the damn thing.
Yeah, it's kind of her go-to move.
It at Yamada.
Is to rip things off hinges, and she's like, "Oh, guardrail mine."
she loves the barricade, the Cork and Hall steel barricade that they sometimes use. She just loves grabbing that damn thing, because she always goes for it and just hoofs it over her head and shucks it at people.
Yeah, and ever since that
pedestrians be damned.
Ever since that Kong Bull Nakano just wreck fest, where there's just chairs and shit flying everywhere. The fans are now fleeing from Aja Kong like she's parting the Red Sea.
It's crazy. Because we see that the first week they go to the crowd, the first thing we see is fans are just fucking going as far away as they can.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Like remember how the wrestlers used to have to hold them back? Because they'd be stuck in their seats? They don't have to do that no more.
No, they just flee on their own accord. It's fantastic. Toshi Yamada is looking great. Toyota's looking great. The second fall is Kong just blasting Yamada, no chance, and they keep teasing that top rope power bomb that Kong does, but she can never ever get someone quite up there, and it's always terrifying. The third fall is Yamada pinning Bison Kimura here a second time. It's so Kimura eats two falls. No, Kong eats the third fall. That's what leads to the big post-match angle. Yeah,
he gets angry and rips the belt in half.
Yeah, so what happens is Yamada, Toyota hits a moonsault. Yamada hits the jumping, question mark kick that she does out of the air and pins Kong, and Kong just throws a fit, because usually it's this big post-match ceremony where they take all these pictures. And
you missed a certain part of the match, actually, because I think this is where the fall happened slightly before. So they have Kong up. They're both Toyota and Yamada are trying to get Kong up onto Yamada, I think, to kind of throw her they're trying to both assist throw her off the top rope, like power bomber.
Oh yes, this fall.
And she is, they can't get her, and you can see Kong just mouth, just fucking chuck me in Japanese. They do, and she lands right on her fucking head.
Yeah, so they're going for a double super backdrop off the top, and Kong has her feet placed on the turnbuckle so she can kick off. But she's still in this sitting position. And yeah, as you say, yeah, this is right at the end. And as you say, she just kind of says, just go for it. And I think the idea was to completely flip Aja Kong inside out, so she lands on her stomach. But she doesn't get all the way over, and she just brains herself head first on the mat. And luckily, that kind of led directly to the finish there. But she does, of course, kick out of that, which is kind of funny.
Oh yeah, it was nuts, but it was a really scary spot because I feel like
clearly her career was shortened at least 15 years.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think in that spot, I feel like part of the blame was on Kong because she was leaning back too much. They couldn't get her up to balance her. That was a lot of the issues because that's what they kept taking so long because they kept trying to balance her so they can get her up there so that she can get the height right she needed because her feet were there on the ropes, but they weren't all the way on the ropes. They were kind of on the ropes at an angle. Not where you would want them to be, where they're kind of straight up on the ropes.
Leaning back too much instead of being more vertical. It was very strange. I go, what are they doing? Is Kimura gonna come out of nowhere? But no, he flipped her anyways, and she went head first. In the post match, Aja Kong's devastated. She's pissed off that she's lost her title. She rips the title away to not give it to Toyota and Yamada, and she is actively breaking this title. She runs into the
crowd. She runs into the crowd so they can't get her.
Yeah, she runs into the crowd. She's banging this title against the announce table. The entire side plate breaks off in half, and I believe she cracks the center plate because then when Yamada, of course, gets this title handed to her.
Of course, she gets the Mad Catz controller.
So they have their UWA tag titles around their waist, and then they're holding the 3WA tag titles in their hands, folded and presented, and Yamada's just like, look at this thing, it's broken. So a lot of heat for Kong. It's going to be interesting how they go through the rest of the, when we get into the summer and we're heading to the fall, how they can reheat up Kyoko Inoue for where they place her, and how they heat up Aja Kong into the main event. I'm now super curious. Obviously, Bison Kimura being the All-Pacific title, we know where she lies. She's still very fine. Who are going to be the people to challenge for these tag titles against Toyota and Yamada? That's where I have a lot of excitement going forward.
Probably won't see it for a good while because of how these belts are defended usually. My guess, we'll probably see the first defense be like Hota and somebody. That's usually how that goes, right? It's usually a lesser person that's not going to win the belt.
Yeah, maybe. There's a good chance of that. Okay. I think that does it for All Japan Women. What do you say? Time for some Puroresu, All Japan, and New Japan?
Some old school Nuge?
Yeah. Here we go. Okay, I went on a binge, if you can see by my notes.
Yeah, I see. Watched a lot of old men beat each other up.
I sure did, and I have a lot of notes here, but I think I can power through this pretty quick. Did you end up watching that Dick Togo match I sent you?
I did not.
I
chose to watch more Gundam instead. I saw Dick Togo, and I was like, I'm okay. I'm quite good.
Well, unlike modern day Dick Togo, he was a good wrestler in the 90s in like Michinoku Pro and shit.
I don't believe you.
Yeah. So I watched 3 All Japan Pro Wrestling matches, and the rest was kind of from one long show from New Japan. So All Japan, Sapporo in Hokkaido at Nakajima Sports Center. Almost 4,000 people here. It's Super Power Series Day 5. It is Mitsuharu Misawa and Jun Akiyama, the Super Generation Army, taking on the Holy Demon Army, your tag champions, Kawada and Akira Taue, who is also, by the way, the Triple Crown champion. This went 27 minutes. It is a 5-star match, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter. This is big Akiyama coming out party time. I haven't seen a lot of Akiyama involved with the Super Generation Army. I mean, he's there, but him and Kobashi have kind of like taken a little backseat as Steve Williams and Taue and Kawada and Masao are kind of at the top of the card here. And on May 23rd, 96, they have this tag title match. Akiyama's going nuts. The match is so focused on him going blow to blow with Taue. So I think we're going to get ready for some sort of Akiyama singles match, perhaps. And then later, simply out-wrestling and out-firing up against Kawada. Masao was there for a hot tag, keeps things hot for Akiyama. Akiyama finishes this off with a corner a knee to the corner. A knee in the corner. There we go. To the back of Kawada's head. Hits a T-bone suplex and pins Kawada. Fantastic tag match. I think it's one of the best I've seen of this era. If you put it up to modernize, it's probably not quite 5 stars, but it's damn close. I love this match. Highly recommend. And then later on June 7th, 96, so not too long after that, it's Superpower Series Day 15 at the Budokan. 16,300 people there. Sold out, okay. At the Budokan.
Budokan sold out?
Yeah, it is Super Generation Army defending the tag titles against Johnny Ace, People Power, and Steve Williams. Williams is the big brute here going at it with Akiyama. This was awesome. Simple power counters and reversals was really engaging. I love this. Misawa basically copied his formula from the previous tag match as last time. And the last 7 minutes of this match was out of this world. So even hotter than the last match, but it was a 30-minute match, so you had to kind of get to the 23-minute mark-ish where things really picked up. I did not like Johnny Ace on offense in this match. He is just a lumbering fool. He is very lucky to be in with the best wrestlers of this generation, so it kind of hides his weaknesses. Take that for what it's worth. I'm not a big Johnny Ace fan, but him in this, it came down to Akiyama and Johnny Ace doing like a million suplexes, and Misawa takes out Williams on the outside with a tiger bomb, which is awesome. Then he just comes in the ring from behind, hits a tiger suplex on Mr. Johnny Ace, and finally, after a few more T-bones, Akiyama gets the big win, still tag champions. This was a lot of fun. I wouldn't go 5 stars like out of the Observer, but 4.5-ish, probably that range I'd go on. But it's definitely a 3 out of 3 recommendation, and you're going to hear a lot of that. The Triple Crown title match on that same show was Taue taking on Kawada, which is interesting because Kawada ate that fall in the tag match, but kept him strong going into this Triple Crown. 17 minutes that's went. I'd give it a nice little 2 out of 3 recommendation, and this 1996 run from Taue is peak awesome because he's had just countless awesome tags. He won the Champion Carnival in 95, or no, earlier in 96, and he won his Triple Crown title match. Like, I'm really seeing why Taue is held with such high regard, and his style is so different, and his body type is so weird compared to everyone else in All Japan. Like, that's his big appeal. And we're going to get to a lot of this kind of conversation when we talk about Hall of Fame over on the Patreon, which you can listen to our Hall of Fame talk. Because a lot of people argue against Akira Taue just because he wasn't as good a wrestler as the other pillars and Jun Akiyama, who are all in the Hall of Fame, by the way. So what makes Taue not a candidate is kind of lost on me, especially now seeing kind of where his peak run is and was and part of the Holy Demon Army and everything. Like, he is very much a part of this group. And you could probably argue Steve Williams is very much a part of this era of All Japan because of how protected he is on the card, his high-end matches, and even though this Triple Crown title match didn't reach the peak of those, it's still very exciting, very engaging. Taue and Kawada just exchanging blows the way they are, and everything Taue does is protected to an extent, especially his choke slam, which, as ugly as it is, everything Taue does is ugly, but that's his appeal, and I really enjoyed this. Taue retains. So there's your All Japan for you, Kay.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a lot of fun outside of Mr. People Power Divas era guy.
If I was to recommend one match out of those three, it's definitely the May 23rd Masao Akiyama versus the Holy Demon Army. That match was phenomenal and in front of the least amount of people.
So what you're telling me is Jun Akiyama is less than Takeshita because he beat him.
So on to the New Japan stuff. There was the Thanks Wrestling Day at Korakuen from May 12th, 96. This involved Tenzan and Chono teaming up. They are called...
Chono?
Yeah, Chono. They are the tag team of Okami Gundan. Your blueprint for Chono's kind of NWO stable that was later to come. They were taking on Tatsutoshi Goto and Shiro Koshinaka, a real scrub-looking team, especially Goto. This only went 13 minutes, and where we're at is this is playing further into an ongoing story in New Japan between Shiro's Heisei Ishingun stable, and they've been wrestling in the promotion War, Wrestling and Romance, as a notable tag team in... there's a notable tag team in the stable called the Mad Dogs. That's Goto and Ohara, and that comes into play of importance later. So in 1996, we're in this period in between the two promotions of War and New Japan. So you remember there was that hot feud of Ishingun and Team New Japan as they were invading each other in the early 90s, and then in the mid 90s it was kind of that weird UWFI period of shoot style guys coming in, and now we're because that promotion is now dead and buried, thankfully, we're bringing back the Wrestling and Romance guys. And
you're telling me that's going to make a resurgence just like UWF has made a resurgence in modern day?
Well, a lot of New Japan's kind of booking for whether it was top of the card or a lot of stable stuff in the middle were these invading, quote-unquote, factions from other promotions. And that really brought in a lot of interest and intrigue from fans. And like, if you compare New Japan's consistent attendance records versus All Japan, like I think everyone's in agreement that the main event of All Japan Pro Wrestling is better than New Japan. The high-end matches, the four pillars, Williams, the high-end tag matches over and over again between Holy Demon Army and Super Generation Army, like all that's great. But as soon as you start going down the card after that, it's very dire. Like, even though Kikuchi is very interesting and over with the crowd, his level of opponents isn't as intriguing or fired up as, say, New Japan's Liger's division, if you will, with what he's doing. There's a big show I'm about to talk about here where it's a great example of why the lower end card stuff and middle card stuff of New Japan is just so much better comparatively. And the main events, like all these guys are over in main events, whether it's Chono, it's Muda, it's Hashimoto, like they're over now. There was a big struggle there where the guys like Chosu and Fujinami, even though they're, you know, the heavy hitters from the 80s, it's time to push these younger guys, and they're finally doing that, and we're seeing the fruits of their labor. Even though it was a little slower than I'd like, they did do a good enough job where they did get over in the end, and those guys they're not completely phased out. They still serve their purpose, but they're not owning the top of the card. And when I was watching this Tenzan Chono match against Goto and Koshinaka, this was a good feud, getting a lot of steam just on this random Korakuen Hall show from New Japan. It's just a lot of crowd brawling. It gets hot. Drinks are being thrown at the wrestlers, which is cool. I love the fire from Tenzan. I love Tenzan. He's just not the focus of this promotion right now, which is kind of a bummer because I think he has probably the highest ceiling of a lot of these guys currently going at it. And Chono's full heel asshole. He has been ever since that angle on Strong Machine. He low blows Goto, and this triggers an immediate reaction from the outside. So the referee's distracted, and this jeans-wearing mullet guy hits the ring. I think this is O'Hara. I'm probably wrong, but we'll go with O'Hara. He kicks Shiro off the top rope. Chono turns around because he's like, what the fuck? And then he just eats a lariat from Goto and gets pinned. Like, I really like this tag match. It's not as good from an in-ring perspective, no doubt, compared to All Japan, but the angle's there and it's hot. Like, you definitely feel it and see it in the match.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a lot hotter than I guess what I was watching when I was watching with you, where it's the boring more headlock spot to lay down on the mat spot.
Yeah, they didn't do any of that. This definitely had a lot of fire, and I noticed that when the War guys came in, they didn't do a lot of headlocks. They brought in a different style to New Japan. Maybe that's the heat.
That's what they needed to finally wake them up and get them grandpas off the mat.
Yeah. So I'm really happy. Like, there's parts of 96 I don't like with certain things, but ever since that Tokyo Dome show, a lot of things are starting to hit on cylinders again where I'm interested. So that late 93 to early 96 period where they're really fumbling around with trying to push guys up the card, but not really. The style is still 80s. There's things changing. You can see it. And then the shoot wrestlers from fucking UWFI, they were jokes, and they were buried accordingly.
Some might say that the modern UWF shit is still a joke.
Yeah. So then there was the Best of the Super Juniors final in Osaka, June 12th, 96. Eddie Guerrero is Black Liger here. Black Tiger. He
Black
defeats...
Liger.
Yeah, sorry.
I've never heard of that one before.
Black Tiger. I messed up. Forgive my tongue. There's a joke there.
Well, I was just more thinking of, man, is that just Evil Liger? I want to see Evil Liger. It sounds cool. Sounds like a Power Rangers villain.
Yeah, so it's Black Tiger. Eddie Guerrero takes on and defeats Jushin Liger in the Best of the Super Juniors final. This is the third one. 18 minutes this went. It's a real nice mix of mat work into Lucha Libre moves every now and again. They're just trying to kind of one-up each other. It's a very simple match. Tiger wins off a top rope brainbuster, which was kind of cool. Not much else to say there. I won't go into too much detail. Easily, it's not. So most of these matches aren't on New Japan World. There's actually only one of them. So you can find all these like on Daily Motion or Billy and whatnot. That's how I watch a lot of these. But let's get into Skydiving J. That's the name of the show. It's from June 17th, 1996 at the BootyCon. We're back.
Hey, the BootyCon.
And this was a celebration show of juniors throughout Japan. And much like kind of the Super J Cup, this was a whole show of defending titles of said junior titles. So match one was UWA. There's our UWA again, Kay.
So excited.
Yeah, light heavyweight title. The title was vacant for various reasons, but it's Shinjiro Otani taking on Kazushi Sakuraba. And you might recognize a couple of these names because Otani is a 0-1 scrub that wrestled in the Champion Carnival recently in All Japan. And Sakuraba is an old... I think he wasn't in Pancrase. He was in Pride. He was in Pride, and he's not quite at that level yet, but he is a guy who was in the Mid-1 in Noah recently.
The Mid-1.
This match went 8 minutes. It's a lot of striking fire. Otani hits a springboard dropkick to the back of the head, fires up, cross-face chicken wing taps out Sakuraba. This was the only match on New Japan World. Just quite funny. So maybe there's some arguments, or they just don't have the rights to a lot of these matches because they're title matches from basically all the promotions. But that doesn't make sense why the Great Sasuke Black Tiger match in the main event wasn't on New Japan World. I find that strange.
That's a bit odd, yeah.
Yeah. But the next match, you would love this match. It is the CMLL welterweight title match, and your champion is Super Delphin.
Dick Punch Super Delphin.
And he is taking on fellow Michinoku pro Taka Michinoku, Mr. Young Lion here. He's only like a few years into his career. 16 minutes this went. Taka rules in this match compared to what we saw in the J-Cup in 94. He is a way better wrestler, and Delphin did everything in his power to make sure Taka Michinoku got to show off his shit.
That is super fucking cool.
Yeah, you would love this. It's Asahi Moonsault starts off from there, from Taka, and he's always bringing this match back with hot, high flying, high impact moves, while Delphin, he's like, fuck this guy. And he just immediately tries to like armbar this dude on the mat. And you just hear the crowd go, ah! And then Taka would hit a big move and they go, yay!
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. So Delphin's like trolling this crowd. Anytime some like big move Taka hits, he just goes, no! And puts him back on the ground. Normally that would be irritating, but it was that weird structure of the match where the crowd just kept getting hot and cold. So it was very different. And the finishing sequence was a lot of fun. It's something you would see out of modern Joshi. They just go through roll pin sequences and then a high impact move. Roll sequence, high impact move. Taka hits a Michinoku driver. Delphin kicks out. And then there's a victory roll attempt for a near fall. And they kind of botched it. And the crowd just goes, it's because he botched it. You didn't win. Douchebag. And then Delphin hits a German suplex. And he just flips over, rolls through into a tiger suplex. Like Tam Nakano style here. And pins Taka Michinoku. This was great. It got 4 stars in the Observer. I think I'd even go 4.25 here. This was great.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, you'd like that. I recommend that match. 3 out of 3 recommendation. The War International Junior title. So here's War again, Wrestling and Romance. It's Ultimo Dragon, your champion, taking on Gran Naniwa from Okinawa, Mr. Crab gimmick guy.
I feel like I've heard that name.
Yeah, you've definitely heard this name before. You saw it at DDT with Maki Ito, kind of teaming with Delphin and Grant.
Yeah,
they were doing the crab walk on the rope. Yeah, that's from Grand Naniwa here. There's a lot of wrestler love for Grand Naniwa. Starts off like a Stardom high-speed title match, with the exchanging quick moves and pins and whatnot. It was like watching Starlight Kid Azumi, but not as fast because they're men.
They're probably a bit older.
Yeah. Well, no, they were in their primes here. A little mat work from Ultimo Dragon, as one does. Asahi Moonsault again pops the crowd for the big move. Flip dive on the outside from both guys. They're exchanging tiger suplexes, hurricane ranas. There's a lot of botches here in between. There's power bombs, and then Dragon wins with a La Mahi Straw Cradle, as he does. So he cradles this crab fucker for the win. Very solid despite the ambitious botches, as I will call it. And I've noticed this happens a lot in high spotlight Ultimo Dragon matches.
It's okay. He goes on to create Dragongate, so he's forgiven.
Yeah, he's about to create Torimon here. And then British, this is the MPW, British Commonwealth Junior Heavyweight title match. You get all that?
What the fuck kind of name is that? Commonwealth title?
Yes.
It can only be defended at the Commonwealth.
It's like the British Cruiserweight title, if you will. And it's the champion is Dick Togo.
What? Why?
And he's taking on Jushin Thunder Liger. This goes 16 minutes. And I sent you this match because it's actually pretty damn good.
See, now I might watch it just because Dick Togo is now a distinguished British gentleman.
Well, Dick Togo here is a full-on heel. I think he was Sano in Michinoku Pro, so he's changed his name. Togo does a quick DDT on the concrete to the outside of the Liger, and then it's notable Togo has his arm wrapped up here, and there's a reason, because it hurts. And Liger essentially gets this DDT on the concrete, and it's comeback, and it's a slow comeback for Mr. Liger. He does a lot of like arm submissions to go after Togo to weaken him so he can't hit his moves. Liger every once in a while would hit a big flip dive of some sort, and it was very much back and forth with heel Togo, and it's a slow character change of Liger, and you see this every once in a while with Liger where he'll get pissed off at his opponent and he'll taunt them back as he slowly gets in. So Liger taunts Togo, which is brings me joy. And there was a wicked release German suplex from Liger on Togo mid-match, like Utami does to Hazuki or Natsupoi does these days, which was wild. there's a sick counter from Liger in this match where Togo tries to do a Hurricane Rana running off the apron, but Liger catches his ass and power bombs him on the floor, and we end up getting in the ring for a great finishing sequence. They're just exchanging bombs at this point, and then finally Liger hits 2 fisherman bombs, and then just gets up, hits his big Shote elbow. It looks like just a running elbow, and then just pins his ass. So this was fun. This show was a lot of fun. The Skydiving J Show, June 17th, 96. And then our main event...
Sounds like the greatest thing to come from the good old place of Britain these days is Dick to Go.
And then the main event was Black Tiger cashing in his Best of the Super Juniors win, taking on the Great Sasuke, your junior title champion in New Japan. This went 17 minutes. Not my favorite match on the show, but I think it was more because what Mr. Eddie Guerrero was trying to do in this match as opposed to what the match I wanted in my head was. And I tend to get this a lot with Eddie Guerrero matches where, because he's this hybrid wrestler of mat work and lucha libre, and because he can do both, he doesn't concentrate on one thing to make it exciting. So, this match was a lot of mat work and sleeper holds early, in which I don't like that. And then Sasuke suplexes Tiger out to the floor and follows with his crazy flying kick to the top of the floor. And I think my theory is because Eddie Guerrero did everything he could to not catch Great Sasuke on this, and he crashes to the floor. It was a lot of trying to get their wind back because Sasuke hurt himself. Very possible. The dude's insane. And so Sasuke's supposed to be in control in the match, and Tiger's supposed to regain it slowly, but because he's kind of hurt, that hurt the match. That's just the theory I had. It never felt like this was the match that they were going for. So it led to a lot of kind of Eddie Guerrero trying to establish that the mat work in the match was winning over Sasuke instead of what you would think would happen. And finally, Tiger hits a splash mountain for a near fall, which is sort of Eddie Guerrero's go-to move these days, which is kind of funny.
He stole Dynamite Kansai's moves, telling me.
Yes, exactly. And then he goes for one off the top rope. And this is reversed into a Hurricane Rana and pins Black Tiger. Great way to end the match. Just not that exciting. Just kind of a bummer.
Sounds like things peaked with Dick to Go, the British man.
Well, I think things peaked with the Super Delphin Taka match, but because nothing ever reached that level again. But I was always engaged in all the matches throughout the show. It was good stuff. This was a hell of a show from New Japan.
When he used Dick to Go, he just his tea and crumpets.
Yeah. I really wish that there were more shows like this. And I believe this is the same year as the J-Crown tournament, which was to consolidate all of these junior titles. So we'll get to Ultimo Dragon holding them all in a picture.
What? That sounds great.
Yeah, it's 7 titles all together. 3 on each arm and a yeah. Oh yeah. I
feel like I've seen this picture somewhere.
Yeah, it's the J Crown. So there's a lot of podcasts out there that have covered the J Crown in depth, and I believe this is the year for that. And that's what led to the show. It's to kind of highlight all of these other titles, and with UWA kind of being at that point, and CMLL, it's a Mexican promotion. Their titles are just kind of wherever at this point, and I'm safe to say the Wrestling and Romance, I think, is on its last leg, and then the British title. Yeah, you get the idea.
It's a distinguished belt for a distinguished man.
It was a very fun Puro watch that I binge that I did here. A lot of good stuff.
You're over there binging Puro. I'm over here binging Gundam.
Yeah. You ready to binge through some Nitro?
Now let's have alcohol on hand.
All right. WCW Nitro, June 7th, 1999. The go-home show for the Great American Bash. straight from, what city is this? Cleveland!
Factory of Sadness! How fitting.
Eric Bischoff is on commentary the entire time on the show.
Yeah, the entire night. And he tells us the entire night how bad things are, and he's apologizing for it. At least 6 times, at least.
Yeah, and he's burying a lot of people throughout the show as well.
Or one particular time he buries something, we'll get to it, and then he also calls out another thing and makes him look stupid for doing so.
So I won't reveal what happened on Raw yet, because that comes into play on commentary.
We'll get to that.
All right, so Great American Bash is on Sunday, and they have a show to plug. Boy, do they. There was poop. There was attempted murder on the show.
No, we start off with poop. We start off with the Macho Man on a seek and destroy mission, grabbing the fucking tub of poop.
Yeah, they're really making him. They're really making him look like a pimp. He's got a pink fur coat going on. That's really weird.
Oh, yeah, he's got the pink mink coat on and everything. He's like he's just missing the cane.
Yeah,
the cane hat. That's all he's missing.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly it.
So he takes the poop out of the fucking trunk of this limo, pops it open for us all to see. Commentary continuously asks, they don't know what's inside of it. You know, we all saw what was inside of it, and he just carries it with the lid off. Why would you do this?
There was a lot of intended comedy on the show, and this really leads me to believe that Kevin Nash, I believe at this time in June of '99, Kevin Nash doesn't have the book anymore solo. It's a lot of Bischoff again. But clearly, I think this is a Kevin Nash idea.
Yeah, this very much feels like Kevin Nash's immature type of humor.
Absolutely. So yeah, let's see here. Yeah, they didn't do anything. They just kind of walked, and then they went to Hack versus Prince Iaukea, and the Sandman comes out
with a cigarette in his mouth.
Yeah, he's coming out with a cigarette, and there is just this bizarre sequence of events where you can't smoke here. You can't. Well, you can smoke, but you can't smoke.
Bischoff tells him on commentary as he comes to because he comes to the table and starts taunting Bischoff. He tells him to take the cigarette out of his mouth. Can't smoke in the ring.
Right. You can't smoke during a wrestling match, but smoking's fine.
Yeah, he specifically no. He says it 2 different ways. Once he says smoking, you're not allowed to smoke in the arena was the first thing he said. Then when he gets into the ring to confront him before the match can start, he tells him you could smoke, but not when you're wrestling. What was the words he used? I'm okay with you token up or whatever he said, but you can't do it in the middle of a match.
Yeah, JJ Dillon comes out of nowhere and he says things randomly. Too. I don't know what's happening. And then
he gets in Hack's face. Bischoff does, and then Hack spills blows smoke in his face, and then he starts starting to beat his ass. It's just so fucking weird. They start to fire him. It's so weird.
And Bischoff slaps Hack.
He does.
Emasculate. There we go. Yeah. Emasculate the guy, and then they just have a match. Eventually, Chastity, because she's still there, gets a fire extinguisher.
Struggles to turn it on.
She struggles to turn it on, and then she can't turn it off, so she kind of wails the thing in the air, which is kind of funny.
She blasts the crowd with it, commentary, and everybody. It's great.
Yeah, and let's see here. This goes to a DQ finish, doesn't it?
I don't remember.
Even though that there's weapons and shit involved in every Hack match.
Pretty sure
Morris and Brian Knobs hit the ring. Kidman hits the ring, but he gets beaten up. Who cares? It's a waste of 10 minutes.
It's all stupid. And I swear to God, I thought this was the time when they finally take Sandman off TV. Because I remember you telling me he did his very short stint in WCW. I thought this was the moment. Nope. Bischoff just slaps him and then cigarettes out of his mouth and he leaves the ring.
Officially on record, this went 1.5 minutes and Hack beats Prince Iaukea. So there was a finish.
Don't believe any of that. Who cares?
Sure.
It's bad. It's terrible.
So here we go. They recap the poop limo from last week.
In its entirety.
DJ Ran is all over this fucking show. Luckily, we don't see any of it. It's all cut out.
God.
And then it cuts to commentary. And Bischoff, you want to do this?
No, you're missing one key important point here, which is why it was so funny when he said it. We have a match going on in the ring. Van Hammer against some nobody.
No, it's Scotty Riggs against Lenny Lane.
Yeah, it's some terrible match. On commentary, Bischoff turns to Shivani and is like, I'm kind of glad it says that we kind of say he kind of bounces off something Shivani says, but does it in a very awkward way that doesn't make sense. Tries to transition to the spoiling what happens on Raw. It's like, oh yeah, I'm kind of glad we do things new and fresh here on WCW, where we're not revealing the same story over and over again. Just that guy, on the other show, I can't mention it, right? His VK VM something. Yeah, he's the higher power or whatever. He's the guy under the hood.
The guy under the hood's initials are VM. That's all I can say, is what he said. And
no, he's like VM or something or another. I can't say his name. And then we cut back to the match because Shivani doesn't know what to fucking say. He's like, oh, okay. Just gonna shoehorn that transition there. It didn't make any sense. And then before the match is over, he does it again. Says it again, almost verbatim, as if to make the point across because he didn't think nobody heard him the first time. Do you have the ratings in front of you and how that worked out for good old WCW?
Oh.
How many people swapped the channel to see this?
Well, so the first hour of Nitro is always unopposed. So he's basically advertising people to go at 9 o'clock, watch Raw.
Exactly. It's just a super smart strategy. Yeah, totally. Do you think he didn't learn from doing this thing with the fucking Foley win?
So it's funny. This show got... Actually, I don't have the Observer up right now, but the show overall, Nitro, got a 3.3 rating to Raw's 7 or some shit. And once 9 o'clock hit, it fell to like 2.8.
I wonder why.
Yeah, and the icing on the cake of it all is, according to the Observer and the Torch and whatever, this was a total guess by Bischoff. So not only did he guess correctly, and he's very proud of himself if you listen to him, that he was right later in the show, that this stupid... The icing of it all is this stupid angle over on Raw with the higher power. It lasted 2 weeks, because we just made fun of it last week, that they teased that it was being built for months, in which it was mentioned one time 2 months ago, about Undertaker and his higher power. Then they brought it up last week. So on a week build to reveal who this higher power is, who the Undertaker is, the show actually dropped in ratings for Raw once it was revealed it was Vince McMahon, and it's just a meme all these years later.
No, I thought you told me that when it got to that point in this point in the ratings, when that reveal happened, that it spiked up because people switched over.
Yeah, at 9 o'clock, because everyone wanted to see who this like dumb reveal was. But as soon as...
It wasn't done until like the end of the show. It wasn't done until the end of the show.
No, it was the second segment on Raw.
Sure, because I thought it was towards the end of the show.
No, it was the second segment on Raw. That's why when we get to like the 9 o'clock hour of Nitro, Bischoff gets word that it really was Vince McMahon, and that's why he's bragging how right he was.
And then how wrong he is that even, like, God damn it, you think he would have learned? Because he spoils Foley win. What does everybody do? Switches the damn channel. What, you mean a title change is happening on the other show? I don't want to miss this. Everyone's going to talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's...
so dumb.
What's funny is not that many people are actually watching Nitro, respectively, because the ratings are dropping so bad.
Yeah, so the people you had are probably going to watch a show maybe flipped over because now they want to see this thing that everyone's going to talk about later.
Yeah, the pattern that you can see in the ratings is everyone kind of looks at Nitro for that first hour, realizes it's shitty, and they're like, all right, I'll watch Raw.
Also, you keep making fun of that just a meme at this point. Yes, but it's a meme that's over. It's remembered still. It's not forgotten. Nobody remembers anything on this show.
All right.
No one remembers even the poop thing. No one remembers this.
I mean, I'll remember the poop thing for the rest of my life.
But if you hadn't watched this show, you can tell me you can recall this thing happening.
I did not watch this Nitro in real time. I'm like 90% sure I was really just not watching Nitro very much anymore. Let's see here.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. Let's see here. Lenny Lane and Scotty Riggs. What happened? Well, a match happened. We can confirm that. Scotty Riggs beats him in 6 minutes. It was horrible. No shock.
It was so bad. First off, when they tried these two out, I remember yelling, "Who the fuck are these two?"
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Like I think I do this on repeat every time they put out people I just don't know randomly for matches. I'm like, why are these people out? Who the fuck are they?
Oh, we forgot to mention what happened. What funny shit happened in that stupid hack match, right? Or was that later? Was that later? No, that was in the.
I think that was later.
That was okay. My notes are funny later. It's a later match. All right. Let's see here. Savage and the Nitro Girls with a bucket, pink feathery coat. Nash isn't in the building. Oh, this segment.
And Nash isn't in the building.
Right. He comes out for a promo. Nash isn't in the building. Says Sting is facing Savage later on the show for the main event. And there's a weird sequence with the poop bucket in the ring. And Savage says, "Now you're going to get it." And he says some more like homophobic lines. It's this Savage character, this pimp / homophobic jokes is very weird.
Also, he's saying this to Sting because Sting comes out and they have this big back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
How about that? There's a back and forth with Sting, and Sting has some. This is weird because this doesn't feel like the Sting that I at least have come to know as Sting. It's like a very wacky, like he's trying to be Jim Carrey.
Yeah. I skipped over the Benoit talking to Flair thing, in which Saturn comes in and wants a rematch for the tag titles.
So Benoit talks to Flair after they just established that they split from the Horsemen and he hates Flair, him and Malenko. Right, we had the whole Malenko Old Guard promo.
That's right. That's right. So Flair says he'll be Benoit's partner, and instead of Malenko getting a tag title shot, it'll be him and Benoit against Saturn and Canyon.
No.
Right? That was the match, right?
No, because Saturn and Canyon aren't the champions anymore. It's the fucking God, I'm blanking on them now.
Yeah, it was Benoit and Flair.
It's the Jersey.
Versus...
It's the Jersey too.
No,
it's the Jersey boys.
Yeah. So it's Benoit and Flair versus the tag champions of Bigelow and Page. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, the Jersey fuckers.
So they ignore Perry Saturn wanting his title match. These tag titles are a disaster. I don't know. Get a load of this. Get a load of this. I looked back. Since the Outsiders in mid '98 lost these tag titles to this convoluted Sting and the giant NWO, not the NWO, through the Wolfpack, leading to Rick Steiner and Judy Bagwell being tag champions. In 1999, the tag titles have changed hands from this point on. So they were vacated with Judy Bagwell. Then we had Hennig Windham, Malenko Benoit, Mysterio Kidman, Saturn Raven, Bigelow Page. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're changing like every 20 days, basically. Like every other week, they change hands.
That's nuts.
And they're about to change hands again tonight.
Yeah, shocker. Spoiler for later, I guess.
Oh, what's is that next? I think that's next, right? Because then we had no. It's definitely not the main event. It's like midway through the show. Because that's right.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
So they go. Cut back to that weird Savage comes out with the hookers, and I don't want to call Medusa and Molly Holly hookers, but that's how they are presented.
They are incredibly dressed like hookers. Like listen,
and
Medusa is wearing her streetwalker's best. She's not wearing clothes that she would wear to a wrestling match or like a strip club.
Yeah. So they do that little Sting thing that's really weird. They go to commercial. They come back. They replay Poop Limo.
Sting says something as he walks to the back.
Yeah, they're gonna have a match later in the main event. So they go to commercial, come back. Nitro Girls Poop Limo again. They replay it. So we're like fast forwarding through so much stuff at this time. Then they come back out, and Savage gets back in the ring to cut a promo, and Kevin Nash comes out this time. What? We just saw this, and
Sting said something because he made a
Kevin Nash comes out first.
Joke.
We're all over the place here. Kevin Nash comes out first. He has a bag, puts the bag on a chair. Savage comes out with the hookers, and then Savage wants him in the ring, and Nash starts like killing time with the promo, saying, "No, get your hookers out of the ring." I only brought one bag down, you brought 3. That line was kind of funny, but whatever. And all the while we're seeing the bag move. All while the poop bucket is next to this bag, and Savage is all looking at him. So I thought it was going to be a midget coming out of this bag.
Like, oh yeah, it's a midget in the bag. Little did we know.
It was a Cirque du Soleil, like, flexible woman. A grown woman comes out of this duffel bag. I'm like, how did she fit in there?
With red hair. She has bright red hair too.
And she pours the poop bucket on Savage.
Like it's weird too, because it's all like mud, so it's kind of drooping on him. It's not spilling on him. It's so weird and gross. And she like books it for the fucking the entranceway, or not the entranceway, through the crowd. Who is this woman? Do we find out who this woman is? Are we gonna find out who this woman is?
We never find out who this woman is, but boy, did Bischoff love every minute of this.
Oh, he was dying on commentary. This isn't funny, by the way. None of this was actually funny. We were both just laughing at the fact that a full-grown woman came out of this duffel bag.
Yeah.
Bischoff is laughing at the poop.
Poop jokes on Nitro. Great.
Yeah, great. Super great humor.
Yeah, so Ric Flair and Benoit are having a match. It's forever against DDP and Bigelow. Nobody cares. I don't care. It all builds up to, of course, Ric Flair. He gets beat up a little bit, and then it takes him forever to finally go, I don't want to be part of this match anymore. Arn Anderson's mad at him. The crowd boos, so at least it's some heat. And it leads to Saturn just hopping up on the apron. He gets the hot tag, and then he beats these guys. And commentary goes, does this count? Oh, I don't know. They're handing the tag titles to him, and it does count.
Yeah, but I think you're missing that Arn also got really mad and started yelling at Flair as he was leaving.
Oh, that's right, because Arn was going to tag in and teased it. And he got the crowd all fired up, and then Saturn comes in and goes, "Nah, I'll take your place." Whatever.
Because he starts yelling at Flair, and then he just says, "Someone, this ain't right. This isn't right." And then he just hops up on the apron.
Yeah, who cares? Tag titles change hands again. Whatever.
Hey, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, so I guess they'll be defending the tag titles at the pay-per-view, maybe? Who knows? Who cares?
I guess, maybe.
I don't know.
Do you think they even care about defending these belts on the pay-per-view? I don't think they do.
They'll probably do a rematch.
Probably.
The next match was 7 minutes of awesome, hardcore lucha libre. It was La Parka and Silver King defeating Ciclope and Damien. Okay, there was a suicide dive by Silver King in which I think it was Damien just swings this chair like a bat to nail him.
Oh, he whacks the fuck out of him.
So fun fact, 3 of the 4 guys got concussions coming out of this match.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah. They were all about hitting each other as hard as they can with weapons in the head, all while Shivani was clearly being told it's a Mexican death tag match or hardcore match.
Was on commentary one. Bischoff talking, he's making his worst Mexican jokes. He makes a taco stand joke.
Yes, he does.
How Bischoff isn't canceled from his Nitro Day commentaries is shocking, honestly, because he says some very problematic things.
Yeah, he gets canceled all the time. Don't worry about that. But yeah, the match was super entertaining and awesome, so that kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was the one good thing on the entire show, I think.
And then let's see. I think that's kind of it for anything interesting on the rest of the show.
Scott and Rick Steiner come to and cut a promo that you don't have on the notes, which makes me sad because I don't remember what Scott Steiner said, but I remember it being very funny.
Well, let's see. Scott Steiner promo. Let's see here.
Because him and Rick Steiner have a promo, and Rick Steiner tries to cut the same promo his brother does to less of an effect.
Well, anyways. Oh! How could we forget the attempted murder? That happens later.
It happens at the end of the fucking show.
Yeah, Kevin Nash is leaving, and he's in the parking lot, and then Medusa, Molly Holly, and Gorgeous George are in the limo, and they go, "Hey, big man, why don't you get in? We're gonna go party." And even though he just pooped them last week, he's like, to be fair, he's skeptical, but he's like, "Oh, these women are hot."
He's very skeptical at first. He tells them to pop the trunk, get out of the car. He's very, very, to his credit, he's not doing the dumb babyface gets in the car with them all in there, not being skeptical. He gets them all. They try to give alcohol too. They have a bottle of something in there. It's probably assuming champagne or something.
Yeah, it was champagne.
Like, yeah, it's on ice. You can drink all this. And he grabs the bottle from them because he has the bottle in his hand when he gets back into the car.
Yeah. So they basically shove him in the limo. They go, haha, because of course they do. And then a fucking, like, Humvee
Hummer
comes out of the side out of nowhere and rams
him.
rams into the limo. And I think Savage was, like, laughing at him.
No, we don't see anything.
No, I'm not talking about that, because there was like, Savage is, like, watching or something and laughs at him.
We don't hear Savage. I don't think we hear Savage at all.
We never see Savage? Maybe that's all in my head. But yeah, we never see who
we see. All we see is the Hummer hit it, smash the fuck out of the car, and then like a second or two later, Kevin Nash kind of leans over the window, which was down, and tries to grab at the door handle on the outside, which is broken. And he fumbles around, and then they go off the air.
Well, no, that was like
That's exactly what happens.
That wasn't at the end, Kay. That was midway through the show.
No, that was at the end.
No, it wasn't. I have everything in front of me right now. That was not at the end of the show.
I swear to God, it was at the end of the show.
No.
What was the fuck end of the show then?
It's the Sting Savage match.
I fucking don't remember that.
But yeah, we never find out
How was that midway through the show? I thought that was at the end.
No. Nitro sucks. You can't keep anything in line. I do have the ratings in my notes here. Yeah. Raw drew a 6.68 rating, 6.39 first hour, 6.94 second hour. Its second highest competitive rating in history, trailing only the week that shouldn't count after Owen Hart's death. Nitro finished with a 3.16, 3.91 first hour, 2.93 second hour, so they lost 1 million viewers.
Good job.
Oh, great.
1 million people switched over to see the higher power that
the head-to-head.
He was so happy.
Yeah, the head-to-head 2 hours. Nitro did a 2.81 versus Raw's 4.4.
Ooh, that's bad.
Or no, 2.8 rating, 4.4 share is what it's called. All right, so all right. During that Mexican hardcore match, there was 2 table bumps that went awry. And Scott Dickinson's trying to put the legs down the whole time, and they're just kind of flipping all up around him.
Oh, really because we're freaking out because we're afraid that one of them's going to land. And one of them, I think, almost does.
Yeah.
It's very close to landing on the legs and just impaling themselves.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we never find out who was driving that Hummer. It was
Rikishi, man. He did it for The Rock.
So Bischoff was trying to hint that it was Sable because she's in the middle of a lawsuit with the Fed. And supposedly, it was supposed to be Carmen Electra.
Both of those make absolutely no fucking sense.
But yeah, it was a joke. I remember this as a kid. It was a joke for years that who the hell was driving the Hummer.
See, now it's a joke now because you get another fucking segment that happens, the next year? No, it happens in this year, I think, where the Rikishi runs over fucking Austin.
Yeah.
Did it for The Rock.
Yeah. All right, let's just go. Let's see here. The Cat defeats Horus in 2 minutes to continue that stupid NWO B Team storyline and Scott Norton. Rey Mysterio defeats Bobby Duncan Jr. by DQ, because of course it is, but at least it's playing into the rap is crap thing. It's a cultural clash, which is kind of funny.
You're getting way more out of this than I am. I'm just rolling my eyes because it's just so bad.
Buff Bagwell and his Roddy Piper Old Guard promo is still going on. Disco Inferno.
Oh my God, he does cut our Old Guard promo. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
I think
Buff Bagwell is going to say...
Roddy Piper cuts the Old Guard promo this time.
And Buff Bagwell is going to be the guy in the new generation to take us into it. Whatever.
Like Roddy Piper cuts the Old Guard promo on himself. We're not going to give the reins back to you because you guys can't handle it.
Yeah.
You old whippersnappers.
Yeah, and then Disco Inferno gets bad, and they have a match, whatever. And then the main event, Sting and Savage go 4 minutes, ends by DQ. Who could possibly give a shit? Sting proceeds to fight off the 3 women, and Randy Savage fights with his sunglasses on the whole time.
Yeah, he doesn't take his sunglasses off. The bell rings, he still has the money wrestling title match. I don't know, man. I don't know if that's him flexing or if he's just that fucking cool.
I don't know. Randy Savage can't wrestle anymore. That's what this is telling me.
Oh, no, he can't.
He's really bad.
He is terribly bad.
He's a pimp that can't wrestle.
Well, hey, I mean, most pimps can't, outside of, like, one. So the pay-per-view is next, right?
Yes.
So let's see if my prediction of the Macho Man beating Kevin Nash for the belt holds true.
So
No Hogan on this show. They didn't mention Hogan at all on this show, I don't think.
Yeah, they didn't. So the main event is Kevin Nash versus Randy Savage. I think we can lock that in as we predict the card.
Yep. Yeah. We're just going to do that right now on the fly?
Yeah. Savage Nash. Okay. Conan and Mysterio against Duncombe and Hennig.
Yeah, I think that's a lock. Rematch of the tag belts.
Conan, Mysterio. I got to write these down. Mysterio versus Hennig and Duncombe. Tag title rematch, probably.
Most likely.
So that would be Page and Bigelow against Benoit and Saturn. Okay.
That's a random ass team.
DDP, Bigelow versus yeah, Canyon joined up with them because Swerve, right?
Oh yeah, dude, that's right.
Was that last week or this week? Who cares?
That was this week that he comes in and he fucking like beats up on. It might have been last week that I think about it.
Who cares?
Either way, it doesn't matter. No, because last week he did the whole like he came in the ring and kind of showed off and then got hit.
Yeah.
So this week he turns on them. Oh yeah, and because I was confused, I was like, oh, why is it? And then I made the joke. I watch. He's from Jersey. You looked it up. No, he's from Queens. Goddamn betrayer.
Steiner versus Sting for the TV title.
Oh, because they have that whole thing where aren't the Steiners feuding with somebody else right now?
Yeah, Sting. Remember there was the whole cage match and everything that was terrible?
Oh, that's right.
Which, by the way, the what's his face from the Ultimate Fight? He's just disappeared.
Good, because he sucks.
Yeah, Tank Abbott. He's just gone.
Oh no, he'll probably go on the pay-per-view. I guarantee they're saving him for the pay-per-view.
Ric Flair versus Piper. Ric Flair versus Piper. They're doing that again.
It's like the only thing on the card has been built up at any point.
I mean, they've built up all of these. They're just terrible and convoluted, so you can't keep up with it all. I think that's it.
We'll probably get a Lucha Death match thingy again because they probably went over so well. They'll probably book one last minute.
Random Lucha match, okay.
Random Lucha Death match.
Oh, another one?
Yep.
Okay, Random Lucha Death match.
And you know what? I bet you we get a Hack match. They're going to do something with Hack.
Hack versus... Who interfered?
Knobs and Horace.
Well, Horace lost to the cat with the crowbar or whatever again.
Hugh Morris.
Yeah, Hack versus Hugh Morris. We'll do that one. Yeah, they'll probably do that.
No, Hugh Morris I think it's gonna be a tag match. It's gonna be Hack and Kidman versus Hugh Morris and Knobs.
I like that. Yeah, but that would make sense to do that.
Yeah, but it's also so low on the card that it probably would be the one thing that they keep continuity with.
You think they put Buff Bagwell on the card? Since he's going to save us from the old guard?
Oh no, you're probably right. We'll probably get a Buff Bagwell match. I don't know who he's going to be facing though.
Well, it's Nitro, so
no, he won't be on the card because he had the whole thing where his whatever thing with Flair.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 7 matches. That's got to be enough.
So I think Buff is going to show up for the Piper Flair match, and he's going to interfere.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Because I think I remember correctly, they set it up that if Piper wins that, then he gets a shot or some kind of chance at something. He gets a chance to wrestle Piper or something. They made a big emphasis on that Flair Piper match and whatever thing it's going to have on Buff Bagwell. So I see him interfering. I want to say on Flair's behalf.
Yeah. Well, either way, we've been talking retro for an hour and 45 minutes. I think that's enough.
Probably a lot more of it on Nitro than needed.
This was episode 93, Destiny's Super Wars in True Colors. See you next time.
See ya.